Welcome. We're here to celebrate Student of the Month. It's something we're proud of the city of Palatka, of all our students, their families, and the faculty and teachers, and always happy to have everybody here. It truly is something to celebrate the future of our community. Commissioner McCaskill, can you help me? We're going to call each student up individually, and Commissioner McCaskill will hand out the certificates, and then we will take photos afterward. Jasmine Lopez Martinez, Palatka Senior High. Sorry. Yeah, just right here. There. Are they any representatives? Sorry. That's okay. That's okay. Devin Walker, Peniel Baptist Academy. Berkeley Hersey, Browning Pierce Elementary School. Giovanni Garcia, Children's Reading Center Charter School. Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, he's Browning Pierce.
Okay, I'm sorry. We are so sorry. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Cameron Toby, Children's Reading Center Charter School. Brody Wilbanks, Hillcrest Academy. Kaylee Thomas, James A. Long Elementary. Damian Romero, Kelly Smith Elementary. Sheila Betts, Mellon Learning Center, pre through K. Josiah Klein, Mellon Learning Center, K through 12. Alexandra Luna, Mosley Elementary. Oops. No. One second. Colin Shank, Putnam Academy of the Arts and Sciences.
Why are we changing? There's something I want to talk about.
Ready, son? I'm ready too, son. Good evening, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order of the City Commission meeting on November 9th, 2023. We're going to start with the invocation. Pastor Mulberry, could you please lead us in the invocation?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Father, we thank you again for this day. Lord, we thank you for your love and kindness and tender mercy. God, we thank you because you brought us together again for this time of sharing. We pray, God, even now, in remembrance of Mr. Horner's family, we ask God for grace, peace, and love be multiplied. Comfort them, Lord, as only you can, because we know, Lord, you're the God of all comfort, and we thank you. Pray, God, even now that you will bless the working hearts and minds of this commission group. Pray, Lord, for the mayor. We pray, God, that you will give what needs to be done, give the wisdom in doing so. And Father, whatever you do, we'll praise you and thank you. We will acknowledge you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm sorry. We are now going to have a moment of silence in memoriam of former City Commissioner Charles E. Chuck Horner, who was our City Commissioner from 1971 through 1977. At this time, let's pay tribute to the life and legacy of former City Commissioner Chuck Horner, who passed away on October 30th, 2023. Chuck was a man of public service. He served our nation in the U.S. Army, retired from the U.S. Postal Service, and serves 2 terms as Palatka City Commission in the 1970s. His commitment to our community was unwavering. Chuck had a passion for life, enjoying golf, annual trips and music with his beloved wife, Shirley. He was also a faithful member of Christ's Independent Methodist Church, where he actively served. In honor of Chuck's memory and his dedicated service to our city, I would like to ask everyone to please join me in a moment of silence. Let us remember and appreciate the contributions of a man who left an indelible mark on our community. And I would assume this is the family in the front row.
2 daughters. I'm the oldest.
Could you give us your names, please? Just so me. Okay. Thank you for joining us. Moment of silence, please. Thank you. Roll call, Ms. Krantz.
Thank you. Commissioner Tammy McCaskill. Commissioner Justin Campbell.
Present.
Commissioner Will Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Rufus Borum.
Present.
Mayor Robbie Correa.
Present.
All members are present and accounted for. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Has everybody had an opportunity to read the minutes for October 26, 2023?
Motion to approve the minutes from October 26, 2023.
Do we have a second?
So move.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. I'm going to move on to public recognitions, presentations. The first proclamation is for Aviation History Month. Ms. Krantz.
Madam Mayor, allow me to present to you a proclamation for Aviation History Month. I believe we have our airport manager, Yul McNair, in the audience to accept. The members of the Palatka City Commission do hereby proclaim November 2023 as Aviation History Month in the city of Palatka. We urge all citizens throughout this month to join in celebrating Florida's rich aviation history, recognizing the achievements of pioneers and participating in educational programs and events that promote a greater understanding of the aerospace industry. Whether you're an aviation enthusiast, a student with dreams of flight, or a resident who simply appreciates the importance of aviation, we invite you to take part in the festivities and honor the significant contributions of aviation to our community and state.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Mr. McNeil, please. And would you like to say a few words about Aviation Month?
Well, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in short here, there's a number of days throughout the year that's recognizing specifically aviation. With the Aviation Month, it's really focused on the collective achievements of a lot of aviation related activity in that period of time. So, a lot of airports similar in size to Palatka Municipal Airport are finding themselves becoming more and more involved in this particular activity and proclamation throughout the country versus the larger commercial airport. So, anything that promotes aviation, I'm certainly on board about, and I look forward to future activities as well as really pushing out the jewel, not only St. John's, but the jewel off of 100. So thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I present to you a proclamation for Veterans Day. In the audience, we do have Commander Shepard of the American Legion and Commander Donnelly with the VFW and numerous members of staff who served in our military branches. Mayor Robbie Correa, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim that Saturday, November 11, 2023 shall be Veterans Day in the City of Palatka. And we urge all citizens to recognize the fortitude and sacrifice of veterans of all our military branches.
So move.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd, would you like to say a few words about Veterans Day?
Thank you, commissioners of the city of Palatka. I'd like to thank all our veterans who served for their time and effort in the military. We have a parade on Saturday morning to honor the veterans. We'll have a memorial at the park at 11 o'clock. The parade's at 10 o'clock. So we're looking forward to a lot of veterans who are coming out. Again, I want to thank all the veterans for their time and for their military service. Our great country couldn't be what it is without their endurance and help. So again, thanks again to all our veterans. That's all.
I'd just like to have all the veterans in here today. If you'll just stand if you served in the military. Let's get these gentlemen and ladies to stand. Thank you for your service, and we'll look forward to seeing you at the parade. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Jones, Employee of the Month.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, thank you. Once again, as we're approaching the end of 2023, our second year that you all have allowed the city to produce and to just put forth the Employee of the Spotlight. It has gone far and beyond anything of my expectations when it was started. Although heard great reviews from all of the employees that have been recognized for their accomplishments. And if we still continue to go on today, so for the month of November, the city of Palatka would like to was nominated and would like to receive Miss Marcia Gano.
Thank you.
I nominated Miss Gano because she goes above and beyond every single day. She's out there, she's working with everybody on the street, she's going door to door, and she goes door to door to talk to everybody, to let them know what's going on downtown on the projects and the construction that's going on there. She works with all the different departments, and she's just a stellar employee. So congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, Lisa.
Really want to say that, I've had a number of opportunities to do different things in my life between the military and the Army and Boeing. And truly, in every sense of the word, having the opportunity to work and serve with the city of Palatka is an absolute honor. I am absolutely astounded with the teamwork and the presence that we have of everybody in this room. And it's been a wonderful, wonderful experience. So thank you very much. I appreciate the honor.
Manager and administrative reports, Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. As Mr. Cutright makes it up to the podium for his presentation, I just got a few quick things. Did want to advise the commission that we closed on all of the Hammock Hall properties. Your staff is currently, yes, we can clap. Your staff is currently looking back to see how much was spent from the TIF and general fund historically. We're going to bring that accounting back to you and the CRA and get direction on where you'd like to see those revenues posted. We are scheduled to close on 1100 Main Street, or more commonly referred to as the Belton Building, on November 16th. That will most likely be on your December or January agenda for discussion and direction. And you'll see an email from me early next week. We're making some slight modifications to travel practice to make things a little bit easier for commission and staff. We have some incidental cards that can be checked out for travel. So details to follow in an email. Mr. Cutright.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Eddie Cutright, Community Affairs Director for the City of Palatka. A couple commission meetings ago, I think y'all asked for some guidance about the special event process. But I took upon myself to steal a few more seconds to kind of highlight my team before we get into that. So I will answer those questions at the end of the slideshow. But that's the Community Affairs Department. As you can see, got a bunch of different things going on, and you see some of the wonderful people that works with me. Okay, I'm good now, son. Okay, St. John's River Center. For the last couple of years, we have had some renovations done, but now we're opening the doors open, and we're having a wonderful turnout. We've had several visitors come over the last couple of months, and it's a wonderful volunteer staff that's back. They're doing a great job. They got a lot of ideas, and we are looking forward to bigger and better things. We have a few small operational renovations to do. Some of the kiosks in there need a little repairs, but they're in place to get repaired soon. Courtney James is doing a wonderful job of keeping the building festive and energy, as you can see him down at the bottom left. Well, this was a long time coming, but we finally made the move over there. We've been working due diligence to get the boxes and everything out of the way so we can function, but we're operational now for us, the operations staff, and doing day-to-day business. It's still not open up for the general public to come in and utilize the facility, but we are doing the normal code enforcement, recreation, and cultural arts special event stuff out of the building. We had some of the things we have done over the last couple of months. This movie night has been in place for about 2 years, and we finally got a chance to get it off the ground a couple of months ago. And from the reviews that I had on Facebook and some of the people that talked to me when they was there, they said it was a wonderful thing. They enjoyed it. So we're looking forward to putting it together real soon, another event, get another good movie, and go from there. I guess it's clicking on its own, but flag football is going on as we speak. Reno Fed is doing a wonderful job. We have 85 plus kids in the program. This past weekend, John L. Williams came out to talk to the kids. They had a wonderful time. As you can see the photo, it was very enjoyable. They listened with open ears about his career and how he done things when he was on that field at Jenkins Middle School. We had several sponsors in the community that helped sponsor the program. As you can see at the top left, that is our sponsorship banner. All different companies in the community that kind of came together to make sure the kids have a wonderful opportunity. Remembrance Day was a wonderful opportunity, and it's also dear to my heart because of a military vet and where I was at in 9/11 in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. But it was a great day, a little windy, but the turnout was well, and the event itself has a special meaning to me. Occupation of Palatka, wonderful kids in a scary building. I think it's haunted, but I don't know for sure. But they did a wonderful job in there, and it's keep moving. I'm gonna move on from that. Fall Folks Festival was another event that the city either put on or helped through our organization team, our Palatka Special Event Team. There's some of the things that we've done over the last couple of months. Just kind of highlight some of the things so we can show you that we are having things going on downtown. The community baptism, a tragic situation, rendered a wonderful opportunity for a lot of people to come and actually get baptized and so spiritual coming together. It was a great turnout, as you can see. Homecoming parade, Palatka High School football team. I talked to a gentleman that played football with him for 1 year, and he said they were like 0-46 at one time. But coming from Tennessee, that's kind of strange. But they're doing a great job this year, so I'm happy for them. And I'm happy that they're doing wonderful this year. We had another community forums here. Commissioner McAllister led a nice event that was kind of geared toward stopping the violence in the community. Hopefully we can make these annual, and they'll grow and be bigger and bigger every time we put them together. Trunk or Treat, Boone Avenue, normally is a great event. We clocked 3,700 kids that came through there that I clocked. Wonderful opportunity to give kids. We met a lot of stuff. The community affairs tent had some wonderful staff there that kind of got overboard with big hands of candy that it was giving out, but we made it through. We ran a little bit low at the end through Commissioner Bourne's family, but we okay. We just had this past weekend the Frontline Workers Appreciation Day. Commissioner Bourne did a wonderful job here. It was a good speech. Means a lot to me. Also, we supported a lot of good people here, the fire department, the police department, EMTs and school teachers and public works. The weather was okay. Food was great. Again, I hope these events right here be annual so we can get bigger and better as we go. Now, to get to what you asked for.
I just got a question
right.
before you go. Why my picture wasn't on my
Well, so you can really answer that question, ask somebody to really answer. You can talk to a good friend of yours, Erin here. She the one who gave me the pictures. So the special event process is a simple process, but here we go. This is our special event team. We have a team of public works, police department, fire department, and community affairs. We meet annually, but monthly, depending on how many events we got going to discuss the events. That's the team compiles of. Application process is pretty much simple depending on what you're applying for. You know, you have a Class A, Class B, or Class C. Class C is 1 person to 100. Class B is 101 to 1,000, and Class C is 1,000 plus people. And those come with permits of Class A, Class B, or Class C. And that's, pretty much we ask for Class B and Class A, we ask for a 60-day notification so we can get a chance to vet it and make sure the process. I will say that certain situations we have done events in less than 60 days, but we try to ask for 60 days to give us enough time to vet everything. Most of the things we get when we come with the Class B permits is noise ordinance, road closure, and use of alcohol. And I'm going to just skim over the top. If you need me to stop and talk more about details, just let me know. Prior to the event, We actually meet with the coordinator that's throwing the event to try to talk to them through the special event team to discuss the things that they need, and also have the special event team tell them what they think the event would call for them to have staff allocations. I.e., if you have an event that's going to have more than 1,000 people, we want to have at least 4 police officers, 2 public works, a road closure will come in effect, that's of the nature. Required paperwork, a site plan, depending on what you're trying to do and what you're going to use on our city, schedule of the event, special event insurance, signature condition agreement form, and all documents notarized. If you're a 501(c)(3) or nonprofit organization, it's different things required, but at the end of the day, it's the same format through everything. Insurance, require insurance for all the events at least 7 days prior to the event. That's all we ask for, 7 days prior, and we have to list the city as a secondary and on insurance.
Let me ask you a question, stop you right
All
there. So insurance, is that gonna be for the person who was over the event or everyone that participated in the event?
The coordinator of the event is required to have insurance that be cover him, her, he or she will be responsible for anybody she brings into that event up under her.
So you're saying that individual vendors do not have to have.
That is for the coordinated event. For the cities, as we go down and you'll see what the city need when they do an event, they have a vendor come to the event. The coordinator for this event is responsible for those vendors that come in upon the event. But if it's a city event, now we're responsible, and there's different requirements that we're asking as a city. Okay. City services, and with the city services is what we provide staffing. Most of the city service staff is $45 per hour per staff. Most events requires a four police officers minimum. Other staff is 2 per minimum per 2 hours. Correction, police staff a minimum of 4 hours and a minimum of 2 hours for other staff. And then the permit fees for all classes, $300 for A, $100 for B, and then $50 for Class C. City event. City event is one where we either co-sign on or join in it, and or we throw it ourselves. And that is actually, we're still up under the same rules and regulations of getting insurance and making sure we cover the staffing, but it's not us, it's the coordinator of the event. Vendors. Now this is where we're at, the vendors. What we require as a city to be a vendor for the city is a current W-9, certificate of liability insurance, active sum bid status, complete contact sheet, e-verification of those who have a contract agreement, and then service may include banners, cleaning service, food service, decoration, inflatables, centerpieces, or music. And if barring any questions, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do you have any questions of Mr. Carter?
I do. So city sponsored events are our events considered city sponsored events?
Yes.
Because you have an exemption. It is. Our meaning the commission. So I don't think it's legal.
Any additional questions? Thank you, Mr. Carter.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is an update on the team building exercise. And we have Mr. William Whitson with us. And as he comes to the podium to address you and kind of give you an idea of what to expect, this is an update. You had requested us to send out a doodle poll. So that will happen early next week. The dates that we are proposing are either January 18th, February 5th, February 15th, February 16th, March 4th, March 18th, or March 21st. I'll note that the last 2 dates, March 18th and 21st, that's during spring break. I'd also request that if you can accommodate it with your schedule, staff and myself would like to do this as soon as possible, ideally in January. In addition, on that doodle poll, you'll have 4 locations to choose from that we've verified. It looks like they have availability and they're willing to host us. Those being Beef O'Brady's, Valhalla Hall, Ravines Auditorium, and the Palatka Golf Course. My recommendation would be Valhalla Hall. So look for that email next week, and then we'll bring that update to you at the December meeting. Mr. Whitson.
Thank you. Mayor, members of the commission, glad to be here. Very honored. Appreciate the opportunity to come before you. I'm a former city manager, past has been retiring, in the process of retiring, starting my own consulting firm. I've been working as a consultant off and on for a number of years now, and I brought my partner, Matt Morton, who's also, are you in the former category? Okay, all right. He's got 25 years in, I have 30 years in, but I was a federal employee before that for a decade. So we got a total of 65 years here. So we've been through, management issues and team building and those kinds of things. And I would encourage you to go to my website if you haven't already. It's www.lgvisions.biz, B-I-Z. And you can kind of check out the team and some of the things that we can do and offer up as our services. And I'm really excited about this. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And that's what it's about. It's fun, but it's serious. And one of the things that we will ask you all to do in this process is take the DISC assessment. You'll be getting emails from all the people that you identify is going to participate in the retreat, and you'll fill out a questionnaire. And if some of you, I think some of you are in education, right? So you're familiar with the old Myers-Briggs personality tests and where you kind of come from problem solving in a particular manner. You have strengths, weaknesses, that kind of thing. That's what this DISC assessment tool does. And from that DISC assessment tool, it kind of categorizes people, not that you can't cross over or do other things, but that's kind of where you operate from your strength. And I thought it'd be kind of a great idea for us to get that DISC assessment, see where everybody's coming from, see where you're comfortable, and then we'll kind of work with the staff to throw out a few issues to discuss as a team and see how the problem solving and the approaches go. And I think that would be a great exercise for us to work through as a team and build some common ground. So that's kind of the short and sweet version of what we're going to do. I think you may have seen my letter and my proposal for the retreat. And again, we're here to answer any questions that you may have, and we're getting excited. I'm glad that you honored the gentleman that was the commissioner in the 70s. I was in high school then, but we all stand on the shoulders of those who have gone before, and I thank him for his service. We all are. It's a hard work to build a great community. And sometimes you got to get out of comfort zone, get out of, maybe the way you view something and kind of look at the other guy's point of view. And so that's what this retreat will do. That's what it's designed to do. And not only is it going to be serious and good for the team building prospects, but also good to build a good vision and to build some process and common ground. So that's us, and that's what we're interested in doing. And we'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Absolutely, I do. And thank you for that presentation.
Yes, sir.
I was the commissioner that actually initiated trying to have a team building exercise or a group activity with our leaders and executive staff. And I'm going to be honest with you. When I envisioned that and I spoke about it, it was more of, when you say team building, that sounds like work. And, I'm involved with other organizations where when we talk about team building, the specifics are not the work part of it. It's a retreat to get away from that. And understanding that we're trying to work together in harmony and break down some barriers. I'm going to tell you specifically, I am looking for your organization or whoever's going to come in to help us work for cohesiveness. Okay. Right. But in an effort to do that, the common ground, we have to, I want to make certain that we're breaking down some barriers prior to. And I mentioned, I think a few of us mentioned the location, and I know staff probably recommended something local, but I thought we said something away from this area. Did anybody recall that? Yes, we did. So I want to have input in what we're going to do.
Sure.
So versus when we're searching for these services, what you just told us, and I hate to be the public meeting, but it's the first time I talked to you, I saw you.
It's the way this
looking for
process
something a little
works.
different. We look for something a little different. I think
Yeah.
our employees were even shaking their head when we talked about maybe Top Golf, meeting there, doing something. We have transportation, we could get there. And doing something that's let these employees kind of like, it's not us against them type deal. We want to, and even up here, we need to something like that. And that's what we're looking for, especially I think we need it first. So
Sure. Well, it's up to the group, but we have done some research on some other venues. I think Matt did a little research on what other options are, and we could just share those with everybody. But again, it's just, whatever y'all direct us to do, the place, we have the format laid out. We'll need to do some of the pre-work, try to get the answers back to the surveys and some information so that it all flows together.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. It's almost like we're told what we're gonna do when we get over here. And so that's my input. If others feel the same way, I hope they express it, but that's how I feel.
Mayor, do you mind?
No, go ahead, please.
So commissioners, if y'all have some other suggestions, this would be an appropriate time for us to add those. We don't have to do a dual poll in the location either. If you guys can, give us consensus tonight on where you'd like to go. There were some logistical concerns after the meeting where we discussed the remote locations about getting 30+ people to a location outside of the county. Is it during staff hours? What are the optics of paying staff and using city funds to transport staff to a venue like Topgolf? So I only bring those up for your consideration and deliberation. We're looking for direction tonight.
That said, does anybody, Commissioner Campbell?
I didn't raise my hand.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm asking if anybody, and I'm going down the line, excuse me. Commissioner Jones?
I said what I want to say.
Okay.
Nobody
Commissioner
has anything.
Borum?
I made my comments the last time, but again, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Jones.
Commissioner McCaskill?
Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Borum. However, we did mention Topgolf, but now that you all have brought those considerations up, those other items for us to consider, we would like to know and take those into consideration as well. I would, but I am in agreement with remote.
They really wasn't brought up to us. Because if we would have went with these that were requested, that was presented to us, that conversation would have never been had. So it really was not brought to us. And I'm with the rest of the commission, Commissioner Jones, Commissioner Borum, and Commissioner McCaskill with regards to, and we talk about this all the time, when something comes before us, that we want the entire packet, we want the entire picture, we don't want bits and pieces. So when we make our ultimate decision, we want to make sure that we have had everything for consideration before the conversation. So I would have liked to have had the additional information that you just brought up as a point of clarity going forward, because right now I feel like we have them before us when we have housekeeping rules, some other additional housekeeping stuff that we should have laid out prior to bringing them before us.
With that said, do we want to provide direction on the location, is that what we're discussing at this point specifically?
As far as with the location, I would like us to know what the legalities was that he did bring up. What would be?
Well, I believe the presenter has some additional locations discussed. There's a practical consideration of having your staff leave the premises and be transported to Topgolf or wherever it is that you want to provide direction on where you want to have this.
Yeah, travel time, to get there from here. So you want to mention the other venues we explored, or do y'all want to just focus on what's in front of you there?
Discussion will be helpful to know what some other options are. That would be great.
Sure, Matt.
So do you have the email?
I didn't bring it with me, but if I were,
We identified, and we can, repromulgate the list. It's not an issue for us, but we identified 10 locations within about a 90-minute drive of here, trying to be sensitive to that. They were offsite locations for you to be able to get out of the community, get out of the headspace, get out of the normal routine, and sort of break that and really pull whoever's in to be fully invested for that little time we have together to truly invest in the process of leadership training, to be fully engaged in that process. I do agree with that assessment. We have created and forwarded that list, and we'll be happy to re-forward that list of It was a mix of commercial sites, community-based rentals. We weren't sure of your comfort zone, so identified some public facilities in St. Johns County that were rented through St. Johns County or the city of St. Augustine. We identified some facilities in Daytona, including the museum, again, the municipal facility. We had some alternatives to more private facilities, try to give you a panoply of decisions to pick from and say this fits the identity we want, the day, the experience we want, and we'll provide the best environment for what you think you all need, again, to make the most and be fully engaged in this process. And that was our goal in providing this. Be happy to send those to you again.
because the key is to line up the venue with your availability date. So for example, say you wanted to go to the Daytona Race Museum. Okay, that was one of the venues we thought of. Well, what if the date you select is not if that facility is already booked? So that's the challenge, to try to line up your availability with the venue.
We were talking about transporting people, among other things. Have we looked at the costs associated with, so do y'all have any?
That's not part of our proposal. That would be on the city side.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's a important enough of an event that I don't think it'll be something that we couldn't handle, especially for what it's going to do for the culture.
Yeah.
We're trying to build a culture, so we want to make sure that that cost is not something that's going to be prohibitive. So we want to make sure that
we're flexible wherever you'd like it. We're ready.
Right. Well, we're open to it, but our first choice was Top Golf.
Commissioner.
Just out of curiosity, the list that you formulated, who did that go to?
I just sent it to the staff. Yeah. I mean, to Jonathan. I don't have direct access to
That's
you
fine.
all.
My
Yeah.
question, because that list never came to us.
So Commissioner, I'm happy to forward it. My assessment of the list is the sites were similar to those that we have identified that were here local. And again, just here for direction. So if you want to hold it off site, we can do that. I'll forward the list in its entirety. I do think I want to comment on a distinction. I do believe the list that was provided from our consultant is not consistent with a Top Golf type location, because that is a recreational outing. So if we're going to go with a recreational outing location like Top Golf, I'd appreciate you having some conversation and deliberation about, do you want to hold their scope, their exercise at that location in combination with an opportunity for staff to kind of recreate, or do you want to hold it on two separate days, Top Golf being first and then the exercise that they're supposed to lead separate?
Anybody want to?
Well, if we have to do it in a separate manner, yes.
I'm not saying you have to, Commissioner. I just wanted
No. I'm just saying, if it's not conducive to have what we're trying to do at Top Golf, if it's not conducive, then we can do two things. We can allow for people to go to Top Golf and have fun and let their hair down and try to build teams, among other things, and then we get back to the business in terms of how we do team building.
Yeah, I would think it'd be the availability of the facility, what hours they would have available, and then we can work our program around it however y'all would like.
I've heard the Top Golf. I may not necessarily be my top choice. I'd be curious about employees and staff that are going to attend, if that's really what their choice would be. I'm not clear on that either. I think it is going to be hard to do a team building exercise, develop the rapport we need to develop at Topgolf. I just do. I mean, that's a piece of it, but I think there's going to be some other things we need to do together as a group. And so,
Well,
one at a time, Commissioner Campbell, please.
actually, Commissioner Borm's suggestion, but I would have just flipped it around and leave the Topgolf option as something that's not mandatory,
Right.
but having the ability for them to attend after we do our business first. I think that would probably be, and so we would provide either own transportation, or if you desire group transportation, that would be worked out. But amongst myself, if I was to do it, I would travel by myself.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate that concept and having some option, a choice for folks. So again, direction to give staff.
If you don't mind, I'll just kind of rephrase what I've heard, confirm if we have consensus. There's consensus to see if we can hold a retreat outing at Topgolf. Need confirmation if you want to do it during or after business hours. My recommendation would be after business hours. And then also to hold what Mr. Whitson and his staff are proposing before or after the Topgolf outing. And would you want to have those back to back, or is a little time between based upon scheduling permitting acceptable?
Commissioner McCaskill. What are your
I think
thoughts?
the Topgolf retreat would be recommended first to kind of break down barriers and us getting used to one another and getting to know one another better.
We should be there.
Anybody else have thoughts, or is that
think,
concurring that?
I see staff shaking their head, absolutely. And it doesn't have to be on a work day. You know, those who want to come. It's available. What we're trying to do is provide that to our staff. So
that would make things a lot easier, Commissioner.
Right. So let's work with that. That's direction. I think that consensus, and let's work with that and see, can you make that happen? And see if they have meeting rooms, Scott. I'm pretty sure that they do.
I think they do. I did terribly the last time I went there. I lost quite a bit, but they had food and everything there. I actually went there for a Florida League of Cities meeting, and we had it there. So you want us to try to see about the availability of the facility and maybe with your possible dates, and then kind of organize it from there, how it would be structured.
To get you those dates that for the majority of people.
So we'll send out a doodle poll. We'll take care of that. We need to keep the agenda moving along, Mayor, if that's okay. I believe we've got good direction. So thank you all.
Right. So y'all will give us a date, and then we'll work with your staff to book it and go from there.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Looking forward to it.
We're now open to public comment. Please limit your public comments to 3 minutes. Oops, and no action will be taken at this time. We have some folks that have submitted cards. Lolita Thomas, please give your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Lolita Thomas. My address is 2406 Lee Terrace, Palatka, Florida, 32177. I come before the commission with a request. I serve for the Palatka Police Athletic League, and we are working to take our youth on a trip. And so I'm asking the commission for support in this trip. This opportunity will allow our youth to get exposed to college culture. We're planning to take them to the Florida Classic, where they will experience a college game as well as bands and those kind of things, just to give them that experience. So we're looking for support from our commission to help us take the youth on this trip. The breakdown of the cost for the trip: the bus itself cost us $21.50. The tickets, so we're able to get tickets for $20-something. We purchased 45 tickets at a total of $11.81. We also have to pay for a bus pass parking, and that cost us $200. So the total for the trip is $3,531. So any support that you all can give to the Palatka Police Athletic League for these youth to have this experience would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, name and address for the record, please, in 3 minutes.
Tavares Clark. Man, y'all redeemed this as a civil matter, but I'm still fighting for my freedom. I went to jail behind this, but they just offered me 2.5 years in prison.
Is there anything else, Mr. Clark?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Well, no, I know that is a lot, sir, but is there anything else you have to state right now?
Yes, ma'am. I want to know, y'all made the mistake. I'm getting offered 2.5 years to prison behind y'all mistake. I ain't done nothing wrong. Ain't nobody reached out to the state attorney's office or nothing. But I got to fight for my freedom behind y'all mistake.
Thank you. We're going to have staff comments and commissioner comments in a minute and answer any questions. Thank you. Mr. Vickers? Ask you, Vickers?
Good evening to all of you commissioners and everyone else in place here. Askew Vickers, 207 North 18th Street, Palatka, Florida, 32177. I've tried to address this problem, not a problem, it's a thing I asked the attorney, she would never answer. Policy and procedure comes from the rule of law. You have to have law before you can have policy or procedures. It's a law that everyone has to obey. You can have the law, you have the policy, then you have the procedure. I asked her just that question, and she would never answer it. The next thing is that I want to talk about is anybody here play, anyway, pawns, bishops, knights, rooks, kings, queens, and kings. Everybody know what that is?
Yes.
Chess. 4 of you are pawns. The mayor is the bishop. The knight is the police. The kings and the queens, we don't know who they are. They dictate to you what you all do and what you do. Now, one of you have ever put anything on the agenda that you saw that needs to be addressed. You always get it from somebody else that you don't even know who's telling you what to do. There are so much things here that's not being addressed because nobody's paying attention to who's influenced you to do the things they want done, not the things that need to be done. I was in here and I heard of someone's talking about the Central Academy. It was an eyesore to the people passing through here on the train. The eyesore is the junkyard there on 19th and Madison. We have to deal with this every day, the people who live in this area. This was something that was done, not even telling us what it was all about. The city manager told us that it was a recycling center. They put it there as a thing where they said, recycling what? Junk. The thing is that I want all of you to understand, you have a duty to yourselves and the community to do your job and not have somebody dictating to you what you do. Your city manager, he's not doing what you say do. He's doing what someone else telling him to do. You got a city manager is OJT, on the job training. That's ridiculous. But you all allowed this to happen. You had other people who were qualified for it. You didn't even do nothing about it. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to close public comment. Is there anybody else? I'm sorry. Thank you. I don't know if anybody feels from commissioners, they want to respond or ask any further questions. Is that Mr. Vickers? Okay, thank you. staff? Okay.
I apologize, Mayor. We're prepared to provide a response if so directed by the commission and you.
Okay. Do we want a response to prepare to any of these public comments issues? Obviously, the request was from, there was a request.
Well, I like to just kind of understand, like, I just heard Mr. Clark say just 2.5 years, they were offering him for prison for just being arrested. Now, is that related to what from the city? I mean, what, I'm trying to understand what you were offered 2.5 years for.
Commissioner Borum, I am assuming you're addressing staff.
Right.
That has nothing to do with
Okay.
the city.
Okay, so I just wanted to just make sure that we didn't have
No,
anything to
it
do.
was a criminal trespass charge. He was arrested. It does not have there's, I think, a misunderstanding about the mistake. As I have explained and have codified in a memorandum to you, there was a mistake made. I understand now it's it was the applicant Gold Rush that made a mistake when he checked transfer of the BTR instead of initial new application. That is the extent of the mistake. That did not result in Mr. Clark being arrested for trespass at the Gold Rush facility. So we have nothing to do with that.
I just wanted to be clear that it wasn't nothing on this end that was at that property. Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones.
But clearly, Mr. Clark was arrested, and because I'm quite sure people in the audience are saying, "What are they talking about?" Not to tell you to go into a detail, but subsequently he was. You just said that we made a mistake on business tax receipt, but the arrest itself, I don't know. The chief of police probably be best just to say the incident. It's a public incident, so
Chief Shaw, please.
it was publicized in the paper, so let him tell.
Mr. Clark's arrest had nothing to do with the city mistake. The arrest basically had to do with Mr. Clark, who called us to the location to make access to the building to clear up a civil issue he had with the owner and the current leasee of the building. Upon us trying to look through the paperwork, Mr. Clark went to the safe and removed funds. He wasn't arrested for trespass. He was arrested for grand theft. That is the offer that they're giving him for the 2.5 years. Mr. Clark was also approached and given plenty of opportunities to return said funds and to seek civil a civil process to retain any funding that he felt he deserved from the business, but he refused to give that back. So therefore charges were forwarded and he was arrested for grand theft.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear.
Thank you.
The request from Mr. Powell to see if we were interested, how would we be able to go about specifying the amount that
I'd need to ask, does the request need to be considered prior to December 14th? You would need to make a motion to add it to the agenda for consideration under the utilization of your special event funds.
I'll not bring it up because I didn't want us to not have that option, but I want to bring clarity and ask for legal. Because I want to be very much transparent if I can or if I can't. I serve on the board. Would I be able to give funding to the organization? If we don't, I just want to be completely transparent.
Your personal funds, are you talking about?
No.
Oh, you're talking about the funds that are allocated to us. Okay. Just for
So
clarification.
you, just so I understand, you serve on the board for PAL?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah, you would have to recuse yourself from that particular vote. Yeah,
From the vote, but can he contribute funds?
his funds, yes.
We need to change that because it's in here. We need to change that in that ordinance. Okay.
There are a lot of changes to your ordinance.
Well, I like to make a motion that we add that item so that we can consider it.
We have a Motion and a second to add this to the agenda for the next meeting in December for consideration.
No, it's gonna be tonight. It's gonna be tonight because
Okay.
as
Okay,
an
I'm
emergency
sorry,
item,
misunderstood.
you can deliberate.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, thank you.
You would need to fill out a Form 8B at your convenience.
Onward to discussion.
Well, I guess we'll have to. She's already explained it. If you want to come back up and give a little bit more information for clarity.
I think that we, I think what we need to do. We've added it to the agenda in order for us to be able to move forward, and just recalling other conversations that we've had with this, that if we make a motion, or if a motion is made, that we can utilize commission funds to go towards it. And then you would identify what it is that you want to give and let that be. So that this conversation will be.
So
I would like to, or appropriateness of a child that actually is in the PAL program. I don't think they're going on this trip, but I want to put it out there because I don't want to vote for funds going in this.
Okay, and with that, again,
I need to recruit. Okay, I just want to make sure.
But we also want to make sure that when we recognize this, PAL organization is a mentoring organization that's open to every person, every child. So I want to make sure that that is made clear, that funding going towards this could have been or is, because it's open to every child.
So it's on our emergency item agenda, correct? It'll be moved to is what we're voting on, right? With these particular things whenever it comes up. Correct? We just added it.
It's added now. You can make whatever.
Okay, well, I'll add $500 of my fund from my line. $500 from my line.
So I believe an appropriate motion, and I do want to point out, Sonny checked for me. We do have the revision to this policy on the consent agenda, which basically makes it easier when the commission approves an expenditure. You don't have to come back and specify an amount. So I mean, should we really take this?
So what I would suggest is you've already made the motion to amend the agenda, put this item under regular business after consent.
after that consent, okay.
Yep.
Plan, thank you.
Would it? Just for a point of clarity, never mind.
We will set, consent agenda. There was a request to poll C, D, E, and G. Are there any other items to be pulled on the consent agenda?
Yeah, Jay. What?
Okay. Any others?
No, I mean, no, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll make the motion that we approve the consent agenda excluding items C, D, E, and G, and J for
Second.
For the motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may.
Yes, you may.
The items that were pulled for C, D, E, and G came at the request of staff for tabling. And if I may, I would like to make a motion that we table those items.
Okay, we have a
Until-
motion to table,
Second.
and that is for C, D, E, and G.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I ask to clarify if that was to table them to the December 14th meeting?
That's friendly.
Yes, sorry. J, Ms. Krantz.
You had G2.
That's a J.
J,
He had J.
the G was the table, was to be
Okay.
tabled. J,
Madam Mayor, presenting to you resolution number 2023 R270, a resolution of the city of Palatka, Florida, authorizing the submission of a United States Department of Agricultural Community Facilities grant to fund the purchase cost of the police department fleet vehicles in an amount of $552,408, $303,800 grant request, and $248,608 city match, and authorizing execution and submittal of all necessary documents in connection therewith, and providing for scrivener's errors.
Chief Shaw.
So you really don't have to go into what you're going to do, it's clear here. But what I had a question about is the community facility application document. What type of grant is that? And can it be used for something else? That's my question.
Yes, sir. It basically means any community facility, anything from Price Martin to a pavilion at a park, all the way down to a lawnmower is how USDA categorizes community facilities.
So this money is secured is that was for $552,408 is the total, or is that? Explain it.
That is the total expected project cost. So it's not secured. And the way USDA typically works is if we're lucky enough to get an award, it's somewhere between 1 to even 3 years after we make application. And then you'll notice in the resolution, we typically have 5 years to obligate. So what that does, it puts the city in a better position. These are outer year purchases. So you have anywhere from 5 to 8 years to get 50% of the cost of these facilities covered.
Okay. So, and the reason why I wanted to ask, because we're spending this money, and I already spoke to Chief Shaw, kind of like in his clarity of the number of vehicles. But I was wondering, and I spoke to Ms. Baggs earlier as well, is there a opportunity for us to go after the same application for the Jenkins Middle School project? I'm not middle school, community center project, so that we may be able to secure some funds over there? Because I see how this cost that we're about to endure is going to go over to 800,000. So is this another avenue we could take for that?
Yes, sir.
So I recommend that we also go after that grant for that facility as well. So, okay. That's why I want to bring it up, just because it was on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
That makes sense. Bishop?
Yeah, absolutely. We certainly need buildings.
With that, again, the cycle would take several years to come to fruition, right? The funding.
Right, but the application.
Right, no, the
go forward.
application should go in soon.
Right.
Yes, I understand that.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, and that's all you have?
Mhm.
Okay, any further questions, discussion? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Second,
A motion is second, all in favor? Any opposition? Thank you. On to public hearings. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to recommend that you put your emergency motion just prior to the public hearings.
That's what I was going to say, but I said no.
Yeah,
Okay.
otherwise she'll be here all night.
Okay.
No, we're not claiming that.
Thank you. Music to my ears.
Okay. Okay.
So with the, I guess I'm able to engage in the conversation, correct?
Ideally, no.
Yeah, actually, you're not.
Yeah.
But I thought previously, even when we were having conversations about just, I'll bring it up, the Jenkins facility, I was able to take part in the discussion. However, I was not able to make a vote.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's not the correct application of the Commission on Ethics rules for recusal due to a conflict of interest.
I thought the conflict of interest come with the vote and not the conversation.
No, in fact, best practices with a direct conflict of interest suggests that in order for appearances of impropriety to be alleviated, that you leave the room.
Gladly.
Okay, no, please.
Again, it's not mandated, it's just best practices.
Yes, so there's no appearance.
Well, I was gonna say, I'll take the lead in the conversation. And Commissioner Bonham already said that he was gonna contribute, he wished to. I don't think we have to even mention what we'll give up here anyway, because we have already approved it, we could give without us. Okay.
It's the intent of the consent agenda coming before this discussion, so we should be all set. Correct? What do we need to do? Request.
Ms. Cardy, or the funds are there, I'm assuming. For the 3,531 out of the various commissioner special events funds. All right.
I didn't think we said we're gonna give the whole thing.
Okay, then.
Well, that's the point.
Clarify it in
that
your.
needs to be clarified, yeah.
No, we don't.
Who does? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Griffin.
So commissioners, thank you, Mayor. So based upon what you just approved, updating your policy, you only need to authorize it as an approved expenditure.
Right.
You're approving the event. Then the commissioners can work with the finance department and the applicant to allocate funding as is available in their specific lines. So
Based upon the balance of the budget.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So that's something we have to commit to doing, speaking with the finance director and getting that happening. So, okay, thank you.
All right.
And Mayor, I'm just going to leave this. I did bring a written request letter, just so you all have it. So I'll do the written request letter along with the breakdown of the budget.
Thank you. Give it to Ms. Grants, please. Thank you.
So do I need to make a motion to, no motion?
No, I think we're all set, correct?
So you need a motion to approve the request.
I so move.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. Is somebody gonna, yes, get their handle from Becky? On to public hearings, Ms. Krantz.
Sent to you is ordinance 2023-35. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, annexing into the corporate limits of the city of Palatka, Florida, certain adjacent territory identified as parcel number 3709264000600051, located on Comfort Road, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Ms. Walsh, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. Lisa Walsh, Planning Director. As noted, this is a request to annex approximately 10 acres, just shy of 10 acres, for the purpose of connecting to city water and sewer and amend the future land use map from Putnam County Industrial to City of Palatka Industrial, and then rezone the property from Putnam County Industrial Heavy to City of Palatka Light Industrial M1. The proposed project for this site is an RV storage facility. The site's currently vacant, but the applicant is proposing a series of metal structures for industrial use as well as the storage of RVs. It's located on Comfort Road, just north of the AZA Health facility. It's adjacent to the Crystal Cove subdivision, Riverwatch Phase 1, and other riverfront properties. Staff recommends approval of the annexation and the future land use change as well as the zoning change. We also have a table in the staff report, if you have any questions about that table that estimates possible tax revenue the city might receive from this project. The staff will stand for questions.
Have any questions in this one?
Yes, I like to know the benefit.
The number?
Yeah.
We estimate an average tax revenue of about $5,240 per year in property taxes.
This is just for storage. There's no living, it's just industrial use. With the storage, right? Nobody be living out there.
No, sir.
Okay. Cause I'm just concerned with police and fire and all these things having to respond to areas where we're not getting taxes to cover those services.
Understood.
I'm fine. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
So what if they would just get water and sewer and not annex in? What would we receive with that?
You would receive water and sewer revenue and a fire. If they're not annexed, then you wouldn't receive a fire fee either. So it would only be water and sewer revenue. Well, there's mutual aid agreements for fire and police.
If it's annexed in, then it becomes city, so it will be fire fee associated to that property.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
The number that I gave you is property tax only.
right, okay, and
And it's strictly an estimate because it's based on valuation and we don't know what the valuation will be.
Yeah.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Is the applicant present or applicant's representative? Do you have any other information to offer? Would you come up and give your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Casey Reeves. I live at 42 Sunrise Drive, Ocala, Florida. I'm the property owner. The number Ms. Walsh provided was actually dramatically low. Actually, the final property valuation will probably be somewhere around 4.5 million. This is going to be a 400 unit RV storage facility. So there would be pretty significant tax revenue involved with that. I don't have projection numbers with me, but the end result would be much higher.
How many acres again?
10 acres. And a lot of these facilities, or I should say properties like an RV storage property, you may have noticed are just consist of a lot filled with RVs. This is not what's intended there. This is a combination of enclosed storage, canopy storage, all on pavement, everything very neat and clean, and also something that will complement the already approved 100 unit RV site right across the street, as we would be providing services like repairs, detailing, maintenance, those kinds of things, support services for RVs and boats.
Questions? Thank you. Do you have a question?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Very briefly, before you begin your discussion, just a reminder that we've got a quasi legislative change because we have a change to the future land use map. So in that regard, you're acting in your legislative capacity, and the burden of proof is on the applicant to show that the amendment is consistent with the comp plan. And then because there is also a rezoning, It is a quasi judicial proceeding where you are acting in a judicial capacity. Again, it's the burden of proof is on the applicant. They have the burden of proof to show that the land use change is supported by competent substantial evidence, and your staff report suffices for that competent substantial evidence in this regard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask just a point of clarity, and it's regards to, I've heard you say it before, that they're here this time. Will they have to be here every time if they, because I think we have to vote on it 3 different times. Will they have to be in person or available via Zoom, or whatever, for the next 2? So this is their only.
Right. If you feel that they have met their burden of proof for this initial matter, then there's no need to have them come back out for the second hearing.
Okay, I just want to put that out there for the commission because I remember you saying that.
Thank you.
I do have a question. With that area is land and you're gonna build on it. It's in the county. It's there. Why would you want to be annexed in the city?
Rudd Jones, I live at 283 East End Road. Work for Matthews Design Group in St. Augustine. We need to have access to city utilities. And the standard procedure for that is that we need to annex into the city in order to get services from the city.
So you don't want to put a well out there? There's not a well out there already?
No, in fact, as far as what our requirements would be for well and septic, since we are in such close proximity to it being available, we have to connect to the city's utilities. The DEP won't let us build on-site facilities since we're in such close proximity to a public facilities.
Thank you for educating me. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good question.
Take money away from the city.
Okay, I'm going to open the floor up to public comment. Is there anybody here for public comment on this particular item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do we have a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Ms. Krantz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Presenting to you the next of the 3 ordinance concerning this piece of property. This is a future land use map amendment ordinance, which will not come back to you again as future land use map ordinances are adopted on first reading. The other 2 ordinance, the one that we just heard and the one following this one, will have a second reading, just for clarification. Ordinance number 2023-36, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the future land use map of the adopted comprehensive plan be amended with respect to the following parcel of land less than 50 acres in size from Putnam County Industrial IN to City of Palatka Industrial IN for the following property located on Comfort Road, Palatka, Florida 32177, parcel number 3709264000600051, contiguous to the boundaries of the city of Palatka and providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Ms. Walsh, any further information? Thank you. Stand, please. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we approve ordinance number 2023-36.
Second. The motion is second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, is ordinance number 2023-37, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, providing that the official zoning map of the city of Palatka, Florida be amended from Putnam County Industrial Heavy IH to the city of Palatka Light Industrial M1 for the following property located upon Comfort Road, Palatka, Florida 32177, parcel number 3709264000600051, providing for severability, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. B,
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. I present to you ordinance number 2023-33. This is an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, amending the Palatka Municipal Code, chapter 70, sections 1, 51, 52, and 53, street sidewalks and other public places as it pertains to the public safety of sidewalks, providing for an effective date and providing for scrivener's errors. This is second reading.
Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff is recommending denial on second reading based upon the input received from the commission at the last meeting. We'll bring back a discussion and direction item soon before bringing a draft ordinance.
With that, does somebody want to make a motion to deny?
Motion to deny.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Ms. Krantz?
Sorry, my screen's gonna catch up to me. There we go. Ordinance number 2023-38. This is for first reading. This is an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, creating section 254 of the city's code, implementing the state statutory mandate to prepare business impact statements prior to the adoption of proposed ordinance pursuant to section 166.041 for Florida statutes, providing findings, adopting a business impact statement procedures, requirements, and exemptions, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for an effective date, and providing for scrivener's errors.
Thank you, Ms. West.
Sure. Sunny, could you pull up my slides? Certainly.
And you have a PowerPoint, so I'm going to briefly take it on the screen, then put it back on the screen, share with everybody, and maximize, and there you go.
Thanks. Okay, so this ordinance is basically an ordinance that implements the requirements from Senate Bill 170, which was codified in Florida Statute 166. It basically requires counties and cities to produce a business impact estimate prior to passing any ordinance within the city. The estimate must be published on the local government's website and include certain information like the ordinance's purpose, the estimated economic impact on businesses, and compliance costs. Also, it provides a kind of new cause of action for business owners within the city. And they can basically stay an ordinance pending judicial review and can get up to $50,000 in attorney's fees to someone who complains and successfully challenges an ordinance as arbitrary and unreasonable. There are a lot of exemptions for this ordinance. So what we have done here is we looked at the best practices proposed by the Florida League of Cities. They have this helpful guide, and from my observation, many municipalities have just basically adopted this as their standard form for all department heads when drafting ordinances. And if you go to the second page, Sunny, you can see, department heads will need to fill this out as we move forward. So we need to go ahead and adopt the ordinance so we're in compliance with state law requirements. And then you're going to see a new feature on all ordinances moving forward, this business impact estimate.
Thank you. I'm going to open the floor up to public comment. Is there anybody here for public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Any further discussion? Somebody want to make a motion, please?
I'll make the motion that we approve the ordinance 2023-38.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. We're going on to the appeal. Ms. West.
Okay. This evening, we have something a little bit different on your agenda. We have an appeal from the city's issuance of a certificate of appropriateness for 200 South 7th Street in Palatka. I have provided the commissioners as well as the applicant and the property owner with an appeal hearing template. So first, we will have ex parte disclosures from each of the commissioners. The clerk will then swear in witnesses. Staff will make its presentation. Then the appellant will put on their case in chief. They've got a 10-minute time frame for doing so. Cross-examination is allowed. Then the property owner will be allowed to make their presentation, also limited to 10 minutes. Cross-examination, other parties may speak. You do have to have public comment. Then we will have closing remarks and it will go back to the commission. So with that, we will go ahead and start with the ex parte disclosures.
Commissioner Campbell.
I received emails from, I guess, parents of the Little Sprouts. I received several emails, so that's outside of that. I have not responded to any of those emails. I have not accepted any phone calls. I have not made any phone calls. I have not spoken directly to anyone that is employed or runs or have any interest in that facility.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jones?
I think it was an email. I know I received it.
Commissioner Moore?
Well, there's somebody that expressed some concern around that from my perspective, so I received communication regarding that, so.
Okay.
Commissioner Cass-
Was it via email or telephone?
Ma'am,
Your communications, were they email or telephone?
it was
Text, okay.
I received via text communication from a parent regarding this issue, but I have not responded to anything. My knowledge, I have not received it.
And I received 4 emails specifically, which I did not respond to or communicate with anybody. And I also, at another event today, somebody in person approached me. And again, I did not respond.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk, if you want to swear in all witnesses that will be testifying, that includes city staff. If you're going to be presenting any testimony, you need to be sworn in.
Thank you so much, Ms. West. I would ask that all witnesses that intend to testify in this matter, please raise your right hand. So I'm going to ask you a question. If you would just state the affirmative or the negative, if that be the case. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Seeing all are affirmative. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and proceed with staff presentation. Keep that a week from you. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
I spent about 30 minutes looking for it the other day. All right, at the October Historic Preservation Board meeting, we presented this request for a fence around 200 South 7th Street property. Initially, they have asked for a perimeter fence, chain link, black vinyl chain link fence around the entire perimeter, but in the front part and the sides of the building, it would be 4 feet high and then 6 feet high at the remainder of the property. The Historic Preservation Board voted unanimously to approve the request for a chain link fence. Staff had, in their report, had done some research into the Secretary of the Interior Standards guidelines, and they essentially said that a property could and should be secured for the purposes of preservation and safety of users and passersby. The applicant also submitted a statement that said from the Department of Child and Protective Services that fencing is required for the safety of the children, particularly around their outdoor play areas. But the Historic Preservation Board did indeed unanimously approve their request.
Thank you.
Mary, if you find it acceptable, I do have packets from the appellant to provide to you.
Thank you.
And I know there's more than enough. I just handed them up.
Yeah, it is. Do I need to say my name? Tim Green, 114 South 3rd Street. Good evening. Let me start by saying that I want to commend the property owners, Mr. and Mrs. Vanderwerf's significant investment in the city of Palatka, as well as in the field of education. My father was a librarian in public schools for more than 40 years. So I appreciate the challenges faced in schools and understand that the safety of children is paramount. However, as I'll show, safety and historic preservation can be achieved in harmony. Simply put, the proposed chain link fence falls far short of what is and should be expected for a historic property in a historic district. I believe the city planning director and the Historic Preservation Board knew the proposed fence was inadequate. And they had a duty to provide sound guidance to the Van der Werfs, an obligation to uphold conformance to the Secretary of Interior's guidelines for historic preservation, and a responsibility to follow Palaka's municipal codes. Yet they failed at all these things. So here we are tonight in hopes of correcting the error, and more importantly, to keep it from getting into a larger problem and significant irreversible consequences. And with that, let me just present the presentation. I'm going to keep to the 10 minutes as best I can. I respectfully ask that you hold your questions to the end of the presentation. So with that, if we can get started, if you look at the screen, we're looking at the subject property. You immediately recognize how huge the structure and property is. 35,984 square feet, a lot size of 1.57 acres. From afar, it may look as though the property does not have a lot of architectural detail, but if you'll turn to the next page, you'll see that the architectural features at closer look, especially around the various entrances of the building, see distinctive historical features that establishes the historical character of this building. And I've circled in red, as you can see, the wrought iron used around the railings, the balcony, windows. You see the structure is stuccoed, all earthen tones, no black paint. Third page, please. So when looking for guidance, of course, the Secretary of Interior has its standards. And I think it's important to understand how these features establish a setting. And so if you look at the top definition for the setting, and particularly the last sentence, you'll see that the relationship of the building, specifically fence patterns, walkways, trees, landscaping, are what establish the character of the district and neighborhood. So in other words, these things absolutely affect the overall character if you change them. They go on to provide a very easy to follow chart of what's recommended and not recommended. Ms. Walsh references the first part recommended, but she does not address the not recommended, which, as you'll see when you see the proposal, is predominantly what this project is. It is a highly visible and in the open fence that's going to have a negative impact on the character of the setting. So with that, if you'll turn the page. Now look, I've gone through the process before. If you just do a simple Google search of Mediterranean revival fences, which is the architectural style, you will get hundreds, if not more, of examples of fences that fit the character, the historical character of the building. You can see walls, you can see vertical rod railings, a lot of landscaping. You don't see chain link fence. So turn the page again. Now we talk specifically about what the proposal looked like. So this is a screenshot of exactly what came on during the October 5 hearing. The proposed fence is chain link. It is 1,781 linear feet approximately. That's a third of a mile. It is a huge fence, and it is built flush to the property line with no plan for setback. There was no plan for landscaping. There's no information or samples on the gates in the plan. There's no matching architecture to justify the color or the use of chain link fence. In a nutshell, there's zero mitigation of its impact on the historic neighborhood. If you'll turn the page, please. So staff made their assessment based on the application, not what happened in the hearing. And they found that these things will not materially impair the architecture or historic character value of the main historic structure, nor detract it. Now, that is a gross mischaracterization of what the standards of preservation are. It really is. Furthermore, they justify further action to approve on the basis of the needs of modern childcare facilities, saying that it's a mandate to have this type of fencing material to prevent children's heads from passing through. In review of the application, there is no documentation that substantiates that. So I really have no idea where this reference came from. So again, finally, they reference specifically the standards, which I had on the second slide, saying that this is a recommendation to install this protective fence. That's a mischaracterization. The Department of Interior does not recommend you install a security fence. What they're saying is, if you have no choice but to install a security fence, you need to do it in a delicate manner, and you need to take into consideration its impact on the historical character of the neighborhood. A chain link fence of this size with no landscaping plan, no setback, fails to do that across the board. So let's move forward. So not knowing what Ms. Walsh was referencing in terms of modern daycare requirements, I pulled up administrative code from Florida that talks about the standards and a child care facility handbook from 2021. And in both cases, they talk about fencing and walls. They talk about the height. They do want the spacing to be 3.5 inches, but there's nothing in there that specifies you have to use chain link fence. In fact, chain link fence often provides footings that allow people to climb over the fence, which is something that the Marjorie Douglas Act is actually against. They do not want fencing that allows people to enter the property via footholds. So looking at the earlier examples of fencing that are in character, these straight rail fences will meet the needs for safety of the children, provided the 3.5-inch gap is met and meet the character of the neighborhood. And if we could move on. So taking their cues from Ms. Walsh, overall, the focus of the decisioning from the Historic Preservation Board really focused on the safety. And I'm just going to read the chairperson's quote. A chain link fence is something that we would not normally look favorably upon in a historic district, but it seems that, and I believe staff has backed us up saying, this is a special scenario. We need to keep our kids safe. We all want to keep the kids safe. I have no problem with having a fence around the perimeter of that property. What I do have a problem is that we're taking no consideration into the architecture of the largest property in the South Historic District. That is not right. So with that as their lead, the remainder of that hearing really did not focus on an investigation into what materials could have been used in lieu of the chain link fence. It really just focused on anecdotal information that had very little to do with historic preservation at all. There was one resident, and I remember her name. I did speak with her. Her name was Becca. I don't know that she's here tonight. And she said, look, my house is right in front of this building. I don't want to come out my front door and look at what looks like an old hospital every time I get up. It was dismissed. No serious attention paid to her concerns. So this is not just my opinion of this. You have residents there that purchase homes in historic districts with the intention of being surrounded by historic looking properties, not a gigantic chain link fence. And if we can just get to the conclusion part, I captured some photos. I go up to Jacksonville quite a lot to the historic districts. And this is the Bowles School. It was founded in 1933. It actually is also a Mediterranean revival architecture. It's in the beautiful historic district of San Jose. And it really reflects what idealistically we should be striving for when we're talking about having people invest in the historic district of Palatka. But the reality of it is that there's no reason why we can't have this type of appearance, except for maybe one, which is really money. I know, because I own property in the historic district, it costs a lot more money to try and achieve this.
Please wrap it up too, Mr.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, but we can't use that as the reason to make these type of decisions. This is not a safety issue for the children. This is not an issue that it can't be achieved through using historical materials. It is an issue about money, but we can't let that be the standard to how we make these decisions. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay. At this time, the property owner may cross-examine any witnesses put forward. If not, the property.
Just asking point of clarity, is it 10 minutes for our side? We have multiple. 10 minutes per speaker, or 10 minutes per side?
It's 10 minutes per side, and then there's also an opportunity for public comment.
Public comment will let our parents speak and increase the burden.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Risa Bird. I live at 7949 Washington Avenue in Hastings. I am the owner and director of Little Sprouts Learning Center that is inside the Campbell Building.
For clarification, is this cross-examination or the property owner's presentation?
This is the property owner.
Okay, I'll start the time.
Sorry.
Thank you.
We are a licensed preschool with Florida Department of Children and Families, and we are required to have fencing that cannot easily be climbed. It has to have a limited access. We also are a licensed elementary school with the state of Florida Department of Education. We are licensed for kindergarten through 5th grade. If you are familiar with the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act, which came about after the Parkland High School shooting, one of their greatest recommendations was that schools have to be fenced. They have to be fenced with one way in and one way out to limit the control of people in and out of the property. Right now, we currently have people who sail through our parking lot, for lack of a better word, because they avoid 7th Street and they cut through the parking lot of the Campbell Building. I personally have stepped in front of multiple vehicles when they're coming through when our kids are out, because we have no way to block that traffic, because one of those children was my granddaughter. And when we have babies with parents walking through the parking lot, it's imperative that our kids are safe. Our goal is to get this fenced in with gates so that we can limit that transportation, that being used as a side street basically is what it's used as. The Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act came about after the shooting in 2018 that happened in Parkland. 100 years ago, when the Campbell Building was built, school shootings were not something we had to worry about. Today, we have to take that as a very serious consideration, and it is our duty, I think, as parents, grandparents, the business owner, the principal of the elementary school, we have to do everything we can to limit who has access to our children. And to be able to do that, the chain link fence, if you look in the packet of pictures that you received, if you go to the back to the very last page, this picture was taken from our front porch of Little Sprouts, our entranceway. And if you look to the left, there is the fencing around the Rotary Field Park that is galvanized stainless or galvanized chain link fence. And if you look to the right on this picture, it is the Azalea Brewing Company that has exactly the same fence. We did request to do, or, volunteered, I guess, to do the black vinyl coated chain link fence. So it is a more appropriate looking, or, a better fit. But it is imperative that we have the fence. The cost becomes prohibitive if we have to build a fence that is, so fancy that it meets the historic part of that. When we were approved, there are areas all around the school that have chain link fence in that same area. 1 or 2 streets over, there's a First Baptist Church has the same fence. There's a fence at 3rd Street and Oak Street. I believe it's another galvanized fence. They are throughout the historic district. So we're just asking to be given the same consideration to be able to fence our property in so our kids can be safe. Yeah.
Good evening, Colin Bingham, 8237 Bay Tree Lane up in Jacksonville. Risa did a great job explaining why we need the fence. We obviously need to get that as quickly as possible. To expand the school further, we're at 102 children right now. We are limited to expand because of the indoor courtyard and the playground. So we have to extend the playground. And in order to extend the playground, it has to be completely fenced in. We cannot let the kids cross the parking lot to go to a fenced in secluded area. The whole perimeter of anywhere that the kids can travel has to be fenced in. So in order to expand, we also have to add that. With 6.5 minutes left, can they ask direct questions of us?
Commissioners can ask you questions.
So I'm an open book, whatever you guys would like to know. either myself, Mr. Van Werf, or Risa will ask. That can come under public comment.
Does anybody have any questions?
Were you about to say something?
No, I'm turning to see if, I'm turning this way first and then this way to see if any of commissioners have any questions. Commissioner Jones, do you have a question?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, anybody else? Any questions? at
None
time?
at this time.
Okay.
Thank
If
you.
there's nothing further, we do not have any interveners in this case, so we will move on to public comment.
We're opening the floor up to public comment. Is anybody here for public comment on this issue? Okay, please come up. Give your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Miranda McClure, and the address is 200 South 7th Street, Palatka, Florida, the address of the school. I am the mother to Braylon McClure. To the members of City Commission and others whom it may concern, I am sending this letter on behalf of my child who attends Little Sprouts Learning Center, a center located in the historic district of Palatka in the historic Campbell Building. The school's founder, Risa Bird, and her constituents have persevered in providing a safe, wholesome, and well-rounded learning program for children ages ranging from infants to 8 years old or so. She has a passionate and sacrificial vision of growing the school's education program to middle and high school age children, providing a much needed community service and proper education to children living in the area. In addition, in the efforts, she has revitalized the Campbell Building, and by doing so, some of the small historic community essence, which in my opinion would not be muted by a chain link fence in any way. Recently, a very necessary addition to the school, a fence surrounding the campus, was approved by the South Historic District and promptly appealed. Today, to you, I represent my 5-month-old daughter, currently enrolled in preschool and future elementary school student. To her, the fence would provide enhanced protection from individuals who may have careless, reckless, and/or malicious intent. I would specifically like to cite the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Act. The legislature passed the act following the February 14th, 2018 shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in the Broward County School District. In it, it recommends all schools be fenced to properly protect students. It is imperative that the commission upholds the South Historic District's decision to allow the fences installment. The commission must aid the community in protecting those who cannot protect themselves, especially our children. Currently, Little Sprouts cares for children who are youngest and most helpless to defend themselves in such catastrophes. Please consider this in your decision. I would also like to note the numerous other sites near the school currently fenced, including the baseball field where children play, also a chain link fence. There should be no room for discrimination in sites against the growing school servicing our growing community when it comes to what type of fencing, chain link versus not, when there are other sites nearby, churches, other recreational facilities that have chain link fences. In addition, the fence will also inhibit reckless drivers using the parking lot as a pass-through, attempting to avoid the brick road to the school's east, increasing safety for children walking through the parking lot, reducing the risk of injury and accident. Thank you for your consideration. Respectfully, Miranda McClure.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here for public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment.
Madam Mayor, I've conferred with staff and they're going to waive any further staff rebuttal.
Okay.
At this time, we have the opportunity for the property owner to make any rebuttal that you would like. You're limited to 3 minutes.
I'm just going to reflect back on it's been passed and approved by y'all. I'm not quite sure why we're here other than the fact that the appellant's here to challenge it. So I respectfully ask you just keep up with what we've done so we can put the fence up.
Commissioners, this will be your last opportunity to ask any questions because soon it will go back to the board. At this point, the appellant has an opportunity also for rebuttal and summation, limited to 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, I am not objecting to the use of a fence. I am objecting to the use of a chain link fence. The applicants have presented zero evidence saying that there is some sort of mandate. Staff has presented zero evidence that there is a mandate that requires them to use chain link. In fact, the owner of the childcare said it herself, it's a matter of cost prohibitive, but these are unfortunately affect every property owner in the historic district. We all are encumbered with the added expense. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Campbell.
That's a question.
Yes.
With the other areas in the historic district that has fencing, one being a preschool, have you ever questioned or came against them with that? Because they are not to the standards and what you brought before regarding?
I understand. I'm happy to answer that. So I've been very familiar with the actions of the Historic Preservation Board since I've been a property owner in December of 2019. There has never been a time that they have approved, and as far as I know, ever time prior, approved the use of chain link fence. The existing of chain link fence generally falls into a couple of categories. It predates the Historic Preservation Board, and it just hasn't been brought up for hearing. And if it has, under all other circumstances based on precedent, it would be denied. Okay. In the cases of a ball field, I have no objection to the use of limited use of chain link fence. But as a historic property, you have an obligation to set the fence back sufficiently from walkways that public access has. You have an obligation to invest in the landscaping, which requires irrigation. There's a lot involved with this. I feel for you guys in terms of the cost. My little 23-foot of walkway frontage cost me about $6,000 in landscaping because of actions taken by the Historic Preservation Board. I am not trying to just run up your costs. What I am saying is, if you let this go, where does it stop? I promise you, the development growth that's taking place in this city is a guarantee that this will come up again, and this will be the new precedent to say, while you let these people have a fence, a chain link fence, I can't afford custom windows. I want vinyl. I can't afford that special roof. I want aluminum. It can be applied to every aspect of historic preservation. This is not a safety issue. I do not object to keeping children safe. That is a wrong mischaracterization of myself.
Does anybody? Commissioner Borum, did you have something?
Well,
Mr. Green?
I'll make my statement later.
Okay.
I'll make a statement. I have one. What have been presented, the Florida Administrative Code 65C-22, you're right, sir. It says playground area. It doesn't encompass that entire school. So you said the frontage. I think the plan is to only do the parking lot area. Is that what you're telling me?
No, can I explain? The proposal is its entire perimeter of the property. Okay, not just the playground area. And by the way, they do have a requirement due to the Marjorie Douglas to put a perimeter fence around it. Now, just some clarifications. Perimeter fence means that it encompasses the entire structure, playgrounds, parking lot, building. Does not mean you have to build it zero setback from the property line. As you saw in the last photos of the Bowl School, the setbacks range from about 4 feet to as much as 30 feet. The point being is this is really not a discussion about safety. I know the applicants want to make it a discussion about safety. I have kids, I have a grandchild, I have a big family. I'm not against safety. I am against this because unfortunately, despite the economic cost to the property owners, if you approve this, you may as well throw out the whole Historic Preservation Board, because anybody Any property owner will have the grounds to come in and say to you, well, I can't afford custom windows. You let them put a chain link fence instead of a historically accurate fence. Let me have vinyl. Who's going to know the difference? And it brings in a question, what are we doing here as a city with regard to historic preservation? You just spent $30,000 for a survey to map up 2 districts and to make recommendations to expand it. Why expand it if what you're going to do is in the center at the largest property in the South Historic District, you're going to put this gigantic 1/3 of a mile long blemish? That's nonsense. It makes no sense, only economic sense. And that's the wrong motive to move forward with this.
Basically, it looks like to me that the Historic Preservation Board actually did go against its own set of rules. And it's here in black and white. And I know it's a touchy subject. Nobody really want to say it, but it is. And so on that, I agree upon. Mr. Ming want to come up here and state his argument. I'll listen to it. But I do remember the same board. We had a family that bought a property, and they were adamant about them putting specific tiles on their building. And they bought the same rules in front of us, and they didn't make an exception. So why should we make an exception? That's what I'm getting at.
And then I would make some comments.
Really quickly, the property owner's opportunity for summation and rebuttal has already passed, but you can ask a specific question at this opportunity in the appeal.
So why should we make an exception?
So under the Marjorie Stoneman Act and the Department of Children's Family Act, we have to have clear and distinct sight lines at any portion where a kid can go. So if a child's running into the front corner, he can't be behind or she can't be behind a block wall or an opaque wall, because we have to be able to see them at all times. So if a policeman drives by and sees that there's a block wall, he can't see what's going on the other side of that wall. So that's the reason why, one of the reasons why we have a chain link fence. The whole perimeter of the school is encompassed by the fence to keep the whole campus on lockdown. So if we have a fire drill, and the chief is out here doing a fire drill, we have to close both gates and have clear and present circumference so the kids can't run. So if we have 100 kids now, 104 kids in school right now, we let those out during a fire drill. If we have 300 kids and we have 300 kids running out during a fire drill, we have to have it enclosed. So other than, sorry.
You have to have the entire school enclosed?
We have to have the whole, anytime, any door that opens up to a child, when the fire alarms go off, the front doors have to be, if they go out the front doors, so the east side, or they go out the west side, those 2 doors there, the whole campus has to be enclosed because it's the fastest route for a child to be out to be, have egress from the school.
And I do understand that, Mr. Bingham. Again, this property was purchased knowing it was in the historic district, and with that, specific guidelines, following Secretary of Interior's guidelines and standards. Going in with that, eyes wide open, it is a historic structure, and I have to agree with Mr. Green. As somebody who was on the Historic Preservation Board for years, we've held people to that standard of not allowing those chain link fences and having them require. We're not saying, I was a teacher too, it has to be secured. I get that. And it has to be safe. I think we're talking about the type of fence, not whether it needs to be secured in the perimeter.
Then I respectfully asked, show us where in the code it says we cannot have a chain link fence.
Historic preservation, have you looked at the Secretary?
I sure did. I read the whole thing, and it
doesn't say you can't. I'm not going to argue, but
so who, under what authority are you?
Can I speak?
Then I will speak after.
It doesn't say you can or can't. It guides you and gives you recommendations, and that is what the Historic Preservation Board is supposed to follow. Again, we've held other people with historic properties to the standard of having to put a fence that was in keeping with the architecture of that structure.
Under whose opinion?
Sir, could you let her finish, please?
Could I finish, please? And those were, yes, but with the school, you have to secure it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you can still secure it with another type of fencing. And I do realize it's more expensive. I'm just stating the facts from the Secretary of Interior's guidelines. I'm not trying to make an exception. Again, buying a building in the district comes with certain obligations and responsibilities. And I don't know if everybody was informed of that going in. But there are certain expectations. And as far as this is what you've shown, most of them happened prior to 1983, before the neighborhood became a district. The Island Doctors is not in the historic district, so it's exempt at this point. So as far as evidence is concerned, again, I want the children to be safe. There are other type of fences that will meet that requirement that also could be in keeping with the architecture, or some plantings to offset some of this. That is just my take. I'm not arguing with any other presentation.
So just for clarification on where we are in the template, summation has stopped. You may ask a question of either the appellant or the property owner. But if you're pulling it back for discussion at this
Okay.
time, you need to
Thank you.
make that clear.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any further questions of Mr. Bingham?
Well, I have a question, just what is the approximate cost for either one? I don't know if you priced out or quoted the historic fence or in as opposed to the chain link fence.
So I'm gonna answer your question directly. The galvanized fencing was roughly $37,000 to do the circumference. The vinyl fencing was $57,000 to do the whole circumference. I didn't look into doing any other kind of fencing because nowhere in the information I read from the Secretary of the Interior did it say any other fencing was told to be done in there. So that's why I'm asking, and I apologize for getting a little caught under the collar, because it doesn't say that we can't do a chain link fence. It says it needs to be secured. Doesn't say block, brick, masonry, doesn't say anything. We only priced galvanized, which is obviously cheaper, which is on the ball field and across the street and behind Duck Realty. They just put up a new chain link fence. What we did was look at the two options we wanted because we wanted clear sight lines.
So you say Duck Realty put up a new fence?
Unless I'm totally crazy, there is a new fence was put up within the last 6 months on Laurel Street, which I'll take a picture of and bring to you guys.
Excuse me, just for clarification, that is not Duck Realty property. That's the adjacent property owned by somebody else, just for clarification. And they did not get a certificate of appropriateness and they didn't go through the right process.
Is it in the historic area?
It is in the district and they didn't get a COA.
This going somewhere else. Can we?
Yes, that's.
No, I'm just asking a question.
This is getting into
You're in the
debate. We don't wanna do
question
that.
form, if you want to pull it back for a
Yes.
board discussion,
Well, I was just asking the question to be for clarification.
So legality, I'll wait to, is that this part over with his presentation, his
I
asking
think it was
questions?
just for questions.
My
yeah.
question now is more with our attorney and the Historic Preservation Board
then
decision.
that matter's over. You can take a seat.
Thank you.
So maybe Ms. Walsh, which the Historic Preservation Board reports back to you with their findings on these.
The Historic Preservation Board put forth a motion. It was approved. And then as a result of that approval, the applicant received a certificate of appropriateness stating what their decision was and that it had been approved.
So your review of this, because you guys are putting it back on us. And I guess that is the appropriate step, but subject matter expert, this is what you guys do. Is this appropriate or not? Based upon historical data and what we have been doing in the past.
It can be appropriate.
Can be, is it?
Yes.
Yes. The chain link fence is appropriate?
A chain link fence can be appropriate, yes. The Secretary of Interior standards make recommendations and their guidelines. It is up to the Historic Preservation Board to make that final decision. The applicant can make their request it is up to the Historic Preservation Board to make that decision.
What I'm gonna say now, okay. All right, I'm gonna say. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if you'd like a little guidance on what your options are moving forward, this is an appeal. So, and I put this in the template for your review. But basically, you can either affirm the decision of the Historic Preservation Board approving of the certificate of appropriateness. You have to provide findings of fact and conclusions of law on that. You can overturn the decision of the Historic Preservation Board, or alternatively, you can remand it back to the Historic Preservation Board. But if you do option 3, you have to have some specific guidelines on what you are looking for in that remand. You can't just toss it back to them without any guidance.
With that said, Commissioner Campbell, Commissioner Jones, anybody have anything specific they want to ask first or discuss before that decision's reached?
Well, just the question is to affirm the Historic Preservation Board. That means that we would deny this.
No, me we'll go along with them.
Well, this appeal, well, no, deny the appeal, not what, this is the appeal from. Yes, Mr. Green.
Correct.
So he's appealing the Historic Preservation Board's decision for appropriateness. So basically, right.
If you affirm, you are agreeing with the Historic Preservation Board's issuance of the certificate of appropriateness.
Just for clarity.
Go ahead.
Mayor, I would like to lean on your expertise. You've been on that board. You have history of how they have made these decisions in the past. Could we get some of your insight on?
Well, I think we discussed that a bit, and I don't consider myself an expert, but I do think that we have in the past tried to set that standard again. The intent of the district is to protect the historic integrity of the structures and follow the Secretary of Interior's guidelines. That is what we've established, and that's what the ordinance has established for the city. And with that, we try to be in keeping with our recommendation that is in keeping with the architecture of the structure, and that includes buildings and fences. And so other folks have come forward in the district requesting chain link, and they've been denied. They've been sent, given other choices, just options, and again, it is a little more expensive, and it's definitely not wrought iron, which is very, very expensive, but it's been usually something that looks like a wrought iron fence, but it's a newer material. Again, more expensive than chain link, but that's what we try to held as a standard. Once you open that door, people come back and, as was just pointed out, and say, oh, you approved the chain link for that house, why not me? And you do open that whole door sometimes. So that's a concern of mine. As a realtor too, when you sell a property to somebody, you usually tell them when it's in the historic district and what that involves and what that commitment is. So they go in with eyes wide open and know maybe it's not for them if they don't want to live with those requirements. And I'm hoping there's other ways to help. And I don't know if this is the appropriate time to talk about this, Mr. Griffith, to my thought, and it may be, and if you think it's not, just say so.
No, this is for your deliberation.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Anybody else?
Well, I'm just thinking within the immediate area, there are at least 4 chain link fences in the immediate area, and it's about 6 in the proximity. And I'm also looking at the safety of those students that attend that school.
The question is, what kind of fence?
Right, I understand that, but again, what I don't want to get caught up on is for it to be cost prohibitive and a child end up losing their life, or worse, losing their life, as opposed to getting caught up on the Historic Preservation Board passed this decision. I would hate to see us overturn that and it be cost prohibitive and they don't put a fence up. And that one of the children end up being impacted as it relates to that. So I think that's something that we need to look at and think about. If there's any way that, whatever we can do from a cost standpoint, I think we need to do whatever we can. I just don't want to have a impact from public health. Health and safety is on the top of my list.
Anybody else have any comments, discussions?
I'm gonna say this, and I'm operating in. However, at the end of the day, I am. And if I can recall back to the statement, they looked at this type of fence because it was the type of fence that they wanted. Would there have been consideration for any other fence?
No.
No, you can't come up.
I would walk. And I ask that question in this one. Because honestly, I am on the
Good pun.
with making sure, I know we've done as a committee, well, I know what we try to do.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, you don't. No. One thing that we tried to do with process, protocol, and things that have been established as a commission, is stick to what our procedures, process, charters, and all of those things are. So I'm just at that point where I don't want to be in the business of overturning what's recommended by people we put in those places to make recommendations to us. But then again, I want us as this body to make sure that we do what we need to do, our due diligence in moving forward. Literally, again, I'm on the fence with regards to this whole situation. I look at it from the commission standpoint. I look at it from being an educator, and I most certainly look at it as being a parent. And so I'm leaning on the rest of this commission to help me, help them, while we're all helping everyone.
Don't forget that you have 3 options available, including remanding it back with guidance.
But I know if it's kind of like bringing it, to take it back to a board that made a recommendation, even if we give more specifics, it still doesn't put the school in a position to where they have to get something if it's not technically written in any kind of statute, any kind of what is the text? What's the word that they were referring back to? The Secretary of Interior. If that's whatever that is. But I'm just trying to say, like, if it's not written in that, even if we were to bounce it back to the historic board, like, what more can we put in place to make them do something that is not?
That is within your discretion. You can add things like additional setbacks, so it's not right on the property line. You can mandate that they consider perhaps additional landscaping, some guidance to the lower historic board, so they understand that what you're trying to accomplish is perhaps a less obtrusive fencing.
What I would like to add to this process, a member of that historic preservation board need to be present.
The chair.
The chair, so that we could hear from them, maybe the reason why there's some other mitigating circumstances, why they made the determination that they made. Like you guys asked us, did they have any phone calls or conversation to get to where their decision was made? That's very important as well. Make a decision today. But also what I don't want them to volley it back in our court and then we're gonna volley it back to them. That doesn't make a lot of sense. As Walsh said, we can have a chain link fence, but my question was, as the mayor answered, what have we been doing? And if we set precedent right here, that's what we really want to do, because we're having appeal after appeal after appeal. So we need to be consistent. That's all I'm gonna say before we're ready to go to a vote.
And let me ask this question, just in case, if we were to move forward with option 3, will there be another opportunity for it to be appealed?
Yes.
And also, if we were to take that third option and some of those suggestions, what is a compromise, a solution that might benefit all? So if we had to do, which I don't agree with, the chain link fence, landscaping, as you said, different setbacks, so that there is something more attractive if there was shrubbery or whatever that could conceal it. But again, that is not my first recommendation. I think there are other fencing options that could be considered.
Well, can we ask, is it proper to ask, have they considered doing buffers or doing landscape with the?
When you remand it back, if you want to specifically tell them.
No,
please-
I'm asking in this setting, because what I'm trying to do is narrow down. Because if they're not willing to push it back, or if they're not willing to add landscape to soften it up some, it defeats the purpose of putting it back to them and putting recommendations or suggestions in place if they're not willing to do it.
You're talking about the property owner.
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that question.
So we can't ask that now in this, because they're here.
The appeal is over.
That's why I'm asking.
yeah.
I'm asking for a point of clarity.
For whatever it is worth, commissioners, I have encouraged the parties to talk.
Have they spoken?
You can't ask them.
I'm asking, I'm looking at you, so I won't get head.
Speaking, they really need to think about, we're talking a lot about aesthetics and the cost associated with this. But please keep in mind, safety always comes first. Safety trumps everything. Safety trumps aesthetic, safety trumps academics, and we need to make sure that we keep that in mind. So I'm leaning towards the appeal, not the appeal, the decision of the Historic Preservation Board. So that's my take on it, but whatever direction we go in, I want the conversation and everybody to keep in the forefront of their heads and their minds that safety is what we need to be focusing on.
And with that said, we have to make a decision on how to move forward. So,
I'll motion to deny the appeal.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Sending you on a roll call.
Just to confirm, I have a motion to deny the appeal by Commissioner McCaskill, second by Borum. Motion passed 3-2 with Commissioner Jones and Mayor Correa dissenting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
On to regular business. Ms. West. Ms. West.
So this is a discussion item at the request of Allegra Kitchens to discuss city code of ordinances exempting homestead real property from city liens. And we'll go ahead and have Ms. Kitchens present her concept for an ordinance.
Somebody's notes. Allegri Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. First of all, let me say it was never my intent for me to put the ordinance changing section 30-166 and section 30-167 on the agenda myself. I included a draft of an ordinance that I thought would help you and or city staff in writing the actual ordinance. I am requesting that you have the city attorney draft an ordinance changing section 30-166 and section 30-167 to add back to homestead property that additional layer of protection that was there prior to July the 10th, 2014. When the protection for homesteaded property in the city was removed, here is how it was worded prior to July the 10th, 2014. Section 166 purpose. The purpose of this article is to promote the public health, safety, and welfare by establishing minimum maintenance standards for all properties and non-homestead residential structures within the city. The minimum standards are required to eliminate existing blight and nuisances, preserve the economic value of property in the city, prevent the spread of blight into areas of the city, and promote the general health, welfare, and safety of the citizens. I'm requesting the wording of "and homestead residential structures within the city" be put back into section 30-166. Section 30-167 applicability says these standards shall be applicable to all property and structures within the city except single-family homesteaded residences and or property. I'm requesting the wording of "except single-family homesteaded residence and or property" be added back into section 30-167. Waiting another year before giving this additional protection to homestead properties will do nothing except to cost the city time and money to inspect, cite, prepare cases for the magistrate, and levy codes liens on property, which in essence can't be foreclosed on anytime in the near future. As long as the property retains homestead, or even if the owner sells and invests the proceeds from that sale in another home, which he gets homestead on, the lien still can't be foreclosed on. I appreciate the City Attorney West has directed the Codes Department to add the wording, "The city will not foreclose on homestead property that is protected under the Florida Constitution, Article 10, Section 4, to the Code Enforcement Special Magistrate, City of Palatka, Florida, notice of hearing to inform homestead owners that their homes are safe." However, I can't in good conscience let this issue go on for another year because the city has the mistaken notion that threatening and or placing a codes lien on homesteaded property will incentivize the owners to do the impossible and miraculously find the money to fix their home. I don't want other homestead citizens of Palatka to have to go through unnecessary harassment, mental anguish, and selective code enforcement so the city can place an unenforceable codes lien on their homestead property. The general misconception seems to be that the only reason homesteaded properties don't fix up their homes is they don't want to, but if we put a codes lien on their property, that will incentivize them to do what they couldn't do in the first place. The other misconception is that there is money for everybody to get to fix up their homes. Low-income people do have access to free funds, and the upper-income people have enough money to fix up their homes. However, it is the middle-income people who don't have access to money to fix up their homes. They make too much money to qualify for the free help and don't make enough money to be able to pay for the work to fix up their homes. When your mortgage has a codes violation on it, no bank is going to give a mortgage on it. If your credit score is low, you can't get a loan. Most of all, middle-income citizens can only survive from paycheck to paycheck by using credit cards for necessities like food, gas, or medicine. If they could qualify for a mortgage, they couldn't afford the payments or the cost of home insurance that is required for a mortgage. In addition, the insurance companies won't give insurance on a house that is not up to code. Saying that the ability of the city to provide a notice of violation with the threat of an imposition of a lien, albeit unenforceable on that property owner, is still a significant tool for bringing properties into compliance with the code is basically a form of harassment in an attempt to force the homestead property owner to do what they aren't financially able to do. The value of adding this layering of additional protections that are not required by state law protects the homestead owner from the burden of worrying about their home and helps ease the load the Codes Enforcement Department already has, as well as save our taxpayer dollars from being wasted sending out codes enforcement and holding codes magistrate hearings on properties that cannot be foreclosed on. The purpose of this Blight to Bright program was to target investor-owned neglected properties, but it now seems to be focused on single-family residential homestead properties. Removing the ability of the city to place codes liens on homesteaded property has nothing to do with preserving the consistency of the codes enforcement process. Actually, it will enhance it by stopping codes enforcement from wasting the extra time needed to cite property that is protected from foreclosure on codes enforcement liens. and will free up codes enforcement to target the investor-owned neglected properties that were the reason for the city becoming proactive instead of reactive on properties that have codes violations. To conclude, I'm requesting that you direct the city attorney to draft an ordinance putting back into section 30-166 and section 30-167 the additional layer of protection that homestead properties in the city of Palatka enjoyed prior to July the 10th, 2024. I further request that you put that ordinance on the December 14, 2023 City Commission agenda for first reading. If anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Otherwise, I'll go sit down.
Anybody have any questions in this kitchen?
No question.
Then I'm released to sit down. Thank you.
Just one comment. I mean, we've already talked about that, and what you're asking for it's more likely gonna benefit you anyway. What we end up talking about. So we don't have to draft a specific thing for that. Our attorney's already working some stuff for us. All right.
Well, I think it's important to put those protections back on homestead property, because you're talking about hiring 2 new codes officers. And if you protect the 1,166 parcels in the city of Palatka that are on a homestead, then you might not have to add the 2 extra codes officers.
All of those be in consideration. Everything that you mentioned would be in consideration.
Well, I would like it to be now instead of later. I'm not today, but I would like it to go on the December meeting for the ordinance to be changed. Now, if I have to bring it personally, it's going to be a hardship on me, but I have looked into extending a loan at the credit union, so I may have to do it, but I think it's very important. I have not gone into the reasons. You all probably know the reasons why this ordinance was changed. It didn't hold water then. I voted against it as a commissioner, and it doesn't hold water now. The reason it was changed in the first place, and the reason has gone away. Now, if anybody wants clarification on that, I'll be glad to explain right now.
So I do.
Yes, sir. But prior to the ordinance being changed on July the 10th, 2014, the Palatka Police Department served as the codes enforcement agency for the city of Palatka. They were also, of course, the police agency. Chief Gary Getchell and the police department had a house on the north side of Palatka owned by a Black family that was a codes violation, but it had homestead, so it was protected. The problem was the house was also a source of suspected criminal activity by the police department. They did not have probable calls to enter the house as the police. So Gary Getchell, he talked to me. I was on the commission. We argued about it. I told him it was a bad idea. It would hurt homestead properties, but he insisted. I don't remember what the vote was. I just know that I voted against it, but it passed. They removed that protection that I'm requesting you add back from homestead properties. As soon as that was set, the police went in on a codes violation and were able to arrest the people for the criminal activity. And that's what precipitated the change in the code in the first place.
I could see where that could be.
I understand why they wanted to do it. I understand why they needed to do it, but you don't hurt the remaining homestead people in the city of Palatka by doing that. It's put a hardship on me. And I've got my hardship cleared up. It's putting hardships on everybody. And as a friend of mine said, there's going to be a certain point where somebody who doesn't have the funds to fix up their house and doesn't qualify, they're going to try to fix it up, and they're going to get killed in the process by falling off a ladder is what I mean. Nobody's going to get them, you know. And I was going to go up to the top of my house on a ladder if I could get the ladder. As it was, I went up 23 feet.
Kitchens, we don't want that on the record.
Well, I've just, you know, I was asked by friends and family and the codes magistrate to please not go up on that up to the top of my house.
I'm gonna ask you to.
Well, I didn't do it, thank God. And a cousin came through for me. It put a hardship on him. I didn't ask him to. He came through for me, and he got the house painted for the codes violation. But that was unfair to him. And I was going to do it if I could have, but to be forced into it and be threatened with my house being taken from me, which was the first letter. Then I found out it couldn't be, and then everything was okay from that standpoint. But I'm worried about the people in Palatka. I've got my deal fixed, but I'm worried about the other citizens. This is a very serious consideration, and it would not hurt the city one bit. First of all of the 1,166 parcels of homestead are not blighted property. Most of the blighted property is vacant property and rental property. So thank you. If there's no further questions, I'll be delighted to sit down.
Well, the other thing too, in terms of with assistance and aid, there's a number of different agencies that will, I see your sign, but there are agencies that can help. Even the city of Palatka will have funds and different things of that nature that help with blighted properties or what have you. So please stop climbing on top of your house. There's ways that you can get help.
I'm not anymore.
Right. And so there's a number of people, agencies, Lowe's, Home Depot, Habitat for Humanity, City of Palatka. We have funds set aside right now that we haven't tapped in yet. So just allow us to.
I'm aware of all of those, and thank you for recommending, and I didn't plan to go back up, by the way.
All right.
23 feet was enough for me. But all of those places that you mentioned are for low income people or for people that don't have you have to have a certain salary requirement. If you meet a certain salary requirement, you're not eligible for that stuff, period. Or you're forced to put a loan on your house, which requires you to have home insurance, which you can't pay. So there's a problem with that. Everybody cannot get that help. I've been contacted by Habitat for Humanity. Yes, I could get a loan on they would give me some money. I've had friends I've had friends at all levels in politics and you name it, offer to do the work for me. And my cousin already came up with it. So I was blessed. Other people aren't that lucky, but I'm telling you, everybody does not qualify for the help.
Thanks, Miss.
Thank you. Now, if you have any more questions, please sit down, Rufus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. West.
Okay, I want to make one thing very clear to all the commissioners and to all the citizens of Palatka. We do not foreclose on homesteaded property. Hard stop, period. We can't. It's prohibited by the state constitution. Article 10, Section 4, we will never do it. What Ms. Kitchens is asking for in this proposed ordinance change is that you provide immunity from code enforcement putting a lien on homesteaded property. So you would create a whole separate category of all homesteaded property would never even be subject to a code enforcement lien. That basically flies right in the face of your Blight to Bright program. We would never foreclose on those properties, but being able to issue a notice of violation and put a lien on the property does allow us to work with that individual to get the property into compliance, which is the whole goal here.
Go
ahead.
I understand all of that. What I don't understand and I have a question about is Ms. Kitchen reference to you guys saying wait till next year before we make any amendments. What was that reference? You had a conversation with her before?
Yes, so we did meet with Ms. Kitchens. She came before the special magistrate for a code violation on her house. And at that hearing, there was another woman that did have homesteaded property. She did not have phone or internet access. And apparently when she left the special magistrate hearing, she was concerned that the city was going to move forward with foreclosing on her home. There was no mention of that during the hearing, but that was her impression. And so that is certainly not the impression that I ever want to give anyone who has homesteaded property. So given that concern expressed by Ms. Kitchens, I immediately directed code enforcement to, on our notices of violation and on the notices of hearing for the special magistrate hearing, we have in all bold caps, we will not foreclose on homesteaded property. So it makes it very, very clear if you are getting one of those notices of violation that we have no intention of foreclosing on the property.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Well, yeah, and however, and if there are code violations and fines associated with that, at least there can be a lien on the property in the event that if it will never be foreclosed on, but in the event of a sale or whatever, that will have to be satisfied. That means that you're not losing your home through a lien or foreclosure. So we would never push it to. We just want people to come in and comply as best they can. And if they can't comply on their own, then we'll find ways to try to help them through programs that we have. It's not something that the city is trying to do to take people's property. That's not the case at all. So
No, I think that's
That is correct. You would basically be leaving a lot of money on the table, because those liens do survive tax sale deeds. They do survive, the sale of a house. And so that's walking away from a lot of money on the table.
No. Any further questions of Ms. West? Okay, thank you. And do we want to give any direction or not? Or just say, you know, that this resolved the issue and we are satisfied.
The direction that I spoke with Ms. West on. I agree with her assessment and the direction she's going in.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as do I, so there needs to be further discussion on it. If anybody else has anything. Thank you. Moving on to commissioner comments. Additional comments?
Just have a quick question. I know that a couple of meetings ago, I requested that some information be placed online, so that we can point citizens in the direction. A lot of it was related to facility rentals, being able to access rates and all of that kind of stuff online, so that we won't be bombarded with just general questions. We can point them in a direction of where they can go to get that information, so it does not bombard staff with those kind of. So that was one of the requests that I made, in addition to the applications as well for facility rentals, having all of that kind of stuff accessible online. So again, we would be able to point them to one solid location. So yeah, just wanted to make sure that it was on there.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones, do you have any additional comments?
We haven't spoke or either addressed where we are in the process, what we're gonna do with any timelines with the city manager process. That need to be, are we gonna workshop it? What are we gonna do? Where are we going, commission, with it?
And we all received an email from Ms. West with she and Ms. Jones have done to date.
Where are we? We're the commission. Where are we? What we gonna do?
I just saying we have that information. Yes, I'm just.
Well,
We had that email, a message from what they had done as per request from the last meeting, and I think we stopped there. So that is all I'm saying, is that we did get that, and then where do we go from there? We have to move on. We're only having one meeting in the next few months.
I think Commissioner Jones' question is very valid, and I would make the recommendation that we put this as an agenda item on our next meeting, so that we would be able to give direction as well, be able to openly have the discussion and give direction. I think, again, it's a very valid question, and we want this process to move, but we want to make sure that we move in sync and we move as a unit and not just as individuals.
Thank you for interpreting that.
And move expeditiously, because right now we're lulling, we're dragging the process along. If we need to make a decision on a city manager right now, we're doing a lot of different policies. We're doing a lot of different purchases and everything else. We need to make sure that we go through this process, and it need to be a little bit more expeditious. We've been doing this for quite some time now. And it need to stay on the agendas. It should not fall off of the agenda if it has not been, if it's not been met in terms of what we are trying to accomplish. So if it's a city manager search is not complete, that's one thing that we need to continue to have on every agenda moving forward, in my opinion. And then the last thing I would say is that I think they did reach out to the Florida League of Cities. I still think that internally, I'm not sure if we need to have internal staff making these hires. I think that the process can still be clean. I know Green Cove Springs had a excellent process that they did, and I mentioned that prior to getting Slavin. They went through that process. I think we just need to make sure that the process is clean and there's no, because right now we got people who answer to the city manager that, you know, so you want to make sure that there's no influence as it relates to applications being received and information disseminated or what have you. So to have everything go to an external company, and I think this company is vetted. So that's just my opinion.
To Commissioner Bourne's point, I concur. And it's no fault of anyone's. It's just how this system is set up. And that's the reason in the request for the charter review. I think we should seek outside assistance in this hiring process. And the process would have to actually go from that person to this commission. And this commission will make the decision based upon what we receive in the qualifications and who we collectively choose. That's our only hire that we will do. And in regards to some of the decisions in the last 5 months, we have accelerated hiring, accelerated purchasing, and I think here's what I would like to actually pose a motion to have a hiring freeze on any positions that are not essential, that we must have, and expenditures that are not essential. They should be brought to the commission. We need to actually really still oversee this process. Again, we do have an interim city manager, but some of these ordinances have been changed and things that comes up in these meetings for consent agenda. Some of the things that we haven't vetted, hadn't come up here, and we're asked about it. I think we need to slow down in that aspect a little bit with the interim before we make a decision, prior to us making a decision of who's going to be our city manager permanently. So I would definitely like for us to make a decision on that. If that's in the form of need to be in the form of a motion, I make the motion to move that way.
Madam Mayor, it would need to be taken as emergency item, of course.
Yes, I just,
Well,
what was your full
actually,
motion? then?
I would actually like for that to be put on as an emergency item before we close this meeting today.
So my question is.
Slow down 1 minute.
So we have a motion to place this matter as an emergency item, and that is seconded. So we need a vote on that.
And this, I want to be clear on that. So what I'm hearing is we're gonna put a moratorium on any hiring and also any policies.
Changes, yes.
Any policy changes until it is the city manager, I guess, position has been confirmed. So that's what I'm hearing. So that's motion and second. So, okay.
With the exception of
essential
department, essentially.
Well, anything
Fire
that's anything that's pertinent to city operations, health and safety, anything that's essential that need to continue to operate this city. That's what, so you want to add that to your motion? Add that to your motion.
I add that to my minute to that.
Commissioner Campbell, you were going to say something before we.
Well, I'm gonna ask a question with regards to the recommendation that came from Commissioner Bourne with regards to the outside source. And I was just gonna ask, I know that we spent roughly at that time $11,000 to Mr. Slavin, and I know he's probably not yet have submitted
No,
his.
he has. It's just over 1,000, I think around 1,100 for travel expenses.
Okay, so my question would have been, as a whole, how much was left from what we unutilized funds Because what I don't want to do is become, if we seek for an outside entity to step in, of course, that's not going to be free. So I want to make sure that when we do costs, that we can look at the entire cost of what we did not utilize for Mr. Slavin. And I just want to know that information before but you don't have to get it to us now but I just want us to make sure that when we bring this back for the conversation, that we have the unutilized funding amount so that when we do go out to seek, I would want to stay within the existing budget, if at all possible.
So I also, did you read the memo from Miss West that says that that the International City County Management Association of CMM. Okay, I'm just saying they were willing to be of assistance.
They're willing to be of assistance. Again, my request was to make sure that I know in the event that we would have to go out, if we're not all in agreement with what has been presented to us, that we know so that we'll be able to, I would prefer to stay within that money that has already been allocated.
Just so you know, the senior advisors advised against you retaining another search firm, given the termination.
We're not looking for a search firm.
Okay.
But hold on, wait, don't get another search firm?
No, that's what they advise.
Okay.
But I just made a motion, you second it, can we go along with the vote? Or at least.
We have can you restate the motion, please? So it's clear.
I'm hoping that I've got it right, so please forgive me if I don't. You know, I tried my best. Motion by Commissioner Jones for an emergency item for a moratorium on hiring and policy changes until the city manager position has been confirmed, and essential positions such as police and fire come to the commission for approval.
With exception, police and fire, not restricting anything that has to do with safety and health of the, safety and health.
With all due respect, it's his motion, and once you made your comment, he said, come back to us.
With all due respect, we're in conversation. If it was not friendly to what, when he was clarifying, if it wasn't friendly to what Commissioner Jones has stated, I'm sure he would have made mention of it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so first we need a motion to establish that we're going to have an emergency motion. Then we need the motion articulated.
Who wants to make the motion for the emergency?
I make a motion to make an emergency motion. I said that first.
Second, and I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Thank you. And then we just heard the motion stated from Ms. Krantz in regards to the other motion.
And that's to include union negotiation.
So this means the city comes to a standstill.
It's not a standstill.
It basically is. I'm sorry, I differ with you. It basically is bringing the city to a standstill until that position's filled, except for emergency or police and fire. You're basically not taking any action.
What do you mean not taking any action?
We're basically restricting any ability for the city leadership to move forward.
No,
with anything.
hiring.
So
you also said, I thought you said with purchases, hiring.
No, policy changes and hiring, and they're not restricting police and fire.
But policy change and hiring is the bulk of the things that need to be done. You said purchases as well. I'm just trying for clarification before we vote. I have a right to express myself as well.
Fine.
Thank you.
It's a football. That's what we are. Yeah.
Let's
Okay,
vote.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay.
Motion passed 4-1 with Mayor Correa dissenting.
Can I speak?
Commissioner comment?
Yes, we are. Anybody have any further comments? Do we have a motion to adjourn? I'm sorry, Mr. Griffith.
I would like a recess if possible. I am considering removing myself from interim city manager position based upon the motion that you just made. I cannot in good confidence manage the city. I would like a recess to talk to the
Okay,
city
thank
attorney
you.
and the mayor.
And 5-minute recess will make it quick. Ms. West?
Okay, I do need a little bit of clarification on this motion, as I do think it is going to immediately affect the daily operations of the city. My understanding is this is a hiring freeze for all non-essential employees. I need that term defined, non-essential, and a moratorium on all policy changes, including no further discussions on union contracts. We've had two very productive meetings with the Police Benevolent Association for the police union contract. I do have concerns about how the officers that have asked the PBA to get engaged in union contracts are going to perceive the move of me telling the PBA attorney that I'm no longer negotiating with him. I am concerned about how that might affect morale for the city. I'm concerned about the existing employment offers that we have on the table. We're working right now to get an affordable housing person in place to help facilitate the Blight to Bright. I am very concerned about the consequences of this motion. So if you could.
I have a question on when you say the PBA agreement.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was finalized.
No, we're not even close. We've had two meetings. We've just now got through every section that they have proposed. And
okay, hope stop right there.
Sure.
Stop, please. The commission had been told that this PBA agreement had been completed sometime back. That's what I understood before the mayor even came on board.
perhaps fire. This is for police.
You said PB, oh, you said PBA, I thought, I'm thinking PBM, I'm sorry. Okay, my fault. I'll back up off of that one. I thought it was, it's PBM, my fault.
I can appreciate your concerns. May I? So what we said, I think it stands. I stand on it. It's just gonna have us move this process a little quicker. Okay, so are you asking a legal matter? Because we usually ask you about legal things, and this is not legal, that's administratively, and I think we are within our powers to do what we just did. So if there's something that you see is illegal about it, I yield the floor to you. But if it's not illegal, that's an opinion you're giving at this point.
Well, I'm immediately stopping negotiations with the Police Benevolent Association. So yes,
Yeah.
that's coming to a halt. Policy changes and moratorium on policy changes, that is what I have been hired to do, is to draft policy.
Right. So that's what we do too, create policy. So it's not an argument, but can you respectfully respect our decision at this time? If it's illegal, you could tell us where we're out of line on a legal matter. But if it's not, can you that's I think what someone said earlier. Are we actually, and I think you guys got that email, are we actually doing what we're supposed to do up here? And this is just so that we could breathe, digest what's in front of us and take care of that matter. And we need to hire a city manager. Things change in midstream. So give us an opportunity to grasp it and try to move forward. And this is the best way I think that we should be able to do that.
Okay, I don't know what the unintended consequences of this decision are going to be from a legal perspective. I do have in my notes that the agenda item regarding a city manager search is going to be on the December 14th agenda, and it will be on every agenda thereafter until the search is complete. But also in my memorandum to you, I did provide some guidance that came from the senior advisors through the FCCMA on what steps need to be taken. That does involve creating the ideal candidate profile. So perhaps that's something that can be worked on between now and December 14th if you want to move this along.
Let me ask this question, and it's not to go back on what Commissioner Jones, I wouldn't have voted yes if I wasn't in agreement. But with some of the things that are already on the table, can we not continue the negotiations? When we put a freeze on something, it has to come back before us for the approval. I don't want us to stop negotiations on something midstream, and that causes a consequence. Or if there's already somebody pending, with regards to hiring, that stuff come back before us. But negotiations, I did negotiations, but to cancel negotiations, that means you start all the way back from the beginning. And I think the work that they've done should not just stop. Yeah, we need to come together. Yeah, but let's not stop. We can't stop everything. And negotiations are very important in no matter what situation. So.
And I understand negotiations. I'm just saying of my take on this. Have you got any updates on the negotiation? Do you know? I have no idea where these negotiations have been.
I would prefer you get prefer to get that update before we say council.
Well, that would be good. I mean, can you give us an update? I'm done with that discussion, and I understand your concern. As far as I'm concerned, if you give us an update, we would know. Just like Commissioner Moore didn't even know about it. I thought the negotiations will take place on the 9th. That's what it said.
Commissioner Borum, go ahead.
Well, yeah, and as far as negotiation, I think the commission need to know about negotiations before we have to know about them, because if it's publicly noticed and it's noticed, and where is it noticed at? And if I'm a commissioner, I need to know if we got people internal having a negotiation. So am I supposed to go to the newspaper? How am I supposed to learn about a negotiation that I'm ultimately responsible for? When we vote, when the negotiation is done, it all lands here. Correct?
Correct. Right.
And everything. So why are we not appraised of what's happening? That's my question.
I am actually not aware of what function is utilized to make commissioners aware of meetings that are publicly noticed. I know that it's on the website and that there are tests.
I'm not going on a website to look and see if anything is being done that should be. I'm not going on no city website or finding things in the newspaper or anything like that. When it's business of the city, I'm not voting on the blind on anything. And in fact, the commission is supposed to lead that charge in terms of saying, hey, how things should work in the negotiations in terms of that, because you might go in and you negotiate something that we can't even afford, and you want us to vote on that? Or yes, negotiations does cost money.
Oh, okay. So why do we hire any employees to do these things that have those skills?
Okay.
Yes, they're going to bring them back to us. They're going to bring all this information back.
No,
And yes, wait a minute. Could I finish, please? Please, could I finish? And they do bring them back, and everything is publicly noticed. I've seen it in the paper. I've seen it in various social media. I've seen it every place. So I don't know why nobody else has seen it, but I have seen that the negotiations are starting. Not the results of them. We haven't seen that yet, but at the negotiations. Commissioner.
Mayor, with all due respect, you seem to go along with everything that staff put before you. For the most part, this is what I'm saying, and it's going to cost us majorly. We can't just allow for things to just happen, and we don't have any. I'm a policymaker. You're a policymaker. Everybody on this board is policy. So if contracts is being drawn up, and we learn about it at a later point in time, how do you manage that?
the contracts have to come before us for approval. This is a negotiation. It's not that the contract has been drawn up and approved. We have to make the final approval as the legislators, as administrators and staff. They're in the negotiation process, but they bring it to us in the end anyway. We have to make the final decision on the information. And if it's not appropriate or if it's excessive, we say no. That's the process. It's not, you're going to go to the negotiations?
So, so if I may be able to,
Okay.
if we
Go
can
ahead.
kind of clear this up to get back on track so that we can do what we're continuing to do, which was go home. I think that's where we were on the agenda. However, I do want to bring up, if I need to make a motion that we continue negotiations and that it comes back before us, but to kind of bring clarity to what Commissioner Bourne was stating in the event, I think there's a place on the agenda where staff has to report. And we've several times before have requested that we either get emails with updated documents. And I can say there's a few, Ms. Marcia, Gano, all of them, they are very good with sending us those updates. But I think there's an appropriate part when we are in negotiations, when we're in doing all of those things on the agenda, that's the proper way to give us the information as they come in. But again, I made a motion that we allow staff to continue on with the negotiations, but have it come back for us.
About staff that are, hires that are pending.
I'm
I'm asking for clarification.
I would like, if that's the case, that's not friendly to my motion, but I would like the status of all possible hirings that's in negotiations as well, that they deem to be pivotal.
So you made a motion. Does anybody second that motion? Mr.
He was making a comment.
No, my motion was to allow them to consider, allow them to continue with the negotiations.
You need to also amend it, if you don't mind, to have them to appraise the commission as to.
That was to
what
bring it
all-
back
yeah,
to
okay,
us.
Right, okay. I can go along with not stopping a negotiation that's in process, but we certainly need to be aware of what's all involved in that contract.
Commissioner McCaskill.
And we have her to restate the motion, please, with the new.
Motion by Commissioner Campbell to allow staff to continue with negotiations with PBA and that's the police union, and bring it back to the commission.
Second.
Wait, okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Can you help? You want to speak, you said?
Yes, he does.
Well, not specifically to this motion, Commissioner.
I'm going to give him the opportunity to speak shortly. So we have all in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Okay, Mr. Griffith.
So, and forgive me, this came out of nowhere. So it's gonna be difficult to articulate all the potential implications of what you've put in place. And it's also going to be difficult not to display some emotion. One hypothetical that I'd ask you to consider before I direct my comments to my performance and maybe your lack of confidence in what I've done in the interim capacity is the fact that you've only said police and fire. So I will caution you that we do have high turnover in positions that provide essential services to the citizens of Palatka, garbage collection being one of those. And being able to move quickly and efficiently and hire and fill those positions is my charge. You putting this motion in place severely undermines my ability to manage the city and to help my staff, your staff, properly manage and service the city. I'm left wondering what I did wrong and where I took a misstep. Your staff, me included right now, does not feel like we're trusted, to put it simply. And if we misunderstood something, if we pushed an agenda that we misunderstood you wanted to take on, policy updates being one of those, you were in consensus to bring them back in small incremental steps and consider them. I've tried to react and respond to concerns and questions in a very disarming way and facilitate your legislation of this community. And unfortunately, I don't know where we went wrong. But there are serious implications to what you put in place, all of which I cannot articulate because I have not been given the ability to think through this. This came out of nowhere. Everybody wanted to have a clean meeting tonight, have a good meeting. We failed. So we can go home.
All of us. We're all in this together,
But
for sure. But let's,
my thing is Jonathan, and I'll say this and I'll be done. When we work, and a lot of things come to us out of nowhere as well. So I understand your position. However, sometimes when you are dealing or when you are in a level of management, some things you just don't take personal. Sometimes you just got to take it for what it is at this moment and let's work through things. One thing that I feel that I've done throughout this process is try to protect you. That's why I stopped you from making comments. That's why I asked that we have the person here. So if anything, I've protected you. So I don't want you at this moment to take it personal. Let's go home. Let's all have a moment to debrief. We're going to carry on with the city. You're not going to make a hire tomorrow. You're not going to make a hire next week or with some of these positions. Some of this stuff can come back to us. We do emergency meetings all the time. So if we need to do emergency meeting, we do an emergency meeting. But at this moment, don't take it personal. And it may be hard, but you're saying this came out of nowhere. There are several things that have come before us in the last few meetings that have completely thrown us. At this moment, we all have a duty. We all have, once we leave this meeting, we're still going to return tomorrow and we still have to do what we have to do in our elected capacity or in the capacity of a city employee. So I would just say that you spoke saying that, and I don't want it to be a reflection of us all. You have not done anything wrong to me. I've tried to protect you. And I will from this meeting and going forth. We just want a clean process. And if you're going to be a part of that process, we want you to have a fair access to the process, just like everybody else has that access. And if you feel that us putting some stopping blocks or some slow down blocks in the way is any way a reflection of you as a leader, we wouldn't have been doing that. We would have been voting you out. But we're not doing that. We're giving the opportunity for this process to be vetted, for this process to be clean, so that if you do decide to move on with us, that your hands are out of it, that any room for ambiguity is out the door, and this is a process that's fair to any and everybody who has applied. That's what I have to say. Do not speak on us as a whole. If you have any specific questions, I'll be gladly to answer them. But again, I will say on the record, I've protected you.
And